retweet when you post. Here we go.
Yep.
2 seconds ago, I'm retweeting.
It should be popping up in just a moment. Hello, chat. We might be live. I'm waiting to see if Restream will update me on that, but I'm sure we're on the way, if nothing else. Welcome back to the ArchCast, everyone. We've got our special guest today, Andre from the Midnight's Edge, a wonderful little channel that you can find by clicking at the @ link in the title, presuming it works today.
You have Superchats speaking in Norwegian now. Look what you've done.
Good.
I love it when that happens. And thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here.
It's
Now
not
it's
there,
there.
Arch.
Well, now it's there.
It is. Okay, I'll refresh and see.
God damn it, Dev. Now I'm paranoid too. Let's see.
After the, or people can just search, which they shouldn't do until after this stream anyway.
Well, you assume I'll be able to remember it in 10 minutes' time, so I will do that whilst we're doing it. My memory is that of a goldfish, and frankly, I'm proud of that. It makes me difficult to subvert.
Where is that?
Right, so, none of you can probably read what's on screen right now, except for like 5 people in chat. That's entirely normal. It's expected. But, Dustborn, that, at the very least, is a title that many of you probably recognize. I think... Have we all played it? Andre, have you played it?
No, I haven't. I know of it, I've seen the clips, but so many others have subjected themselves to playing it, so why would I waste my time when others have already suffered, so I don't have to?
It's
I
true.
played it in 2 streams, so I didn't have to suffer for the long run. Dev and Arch really wanted to, expand those playthroughs of theirs. They really enjoyed it.
You know what? I gotta play it again.
Oh.
What are you
Yeah.
100%ing the achievements?
No. I need a few scenes for my review because I'm making a video on it, and I didn't get them in my main playthrough, so I gotta go back and get them. I can't wait.
Well, I'm sure Ragnar Turnquist in Red Thread Games thanks you for your custom.
Your tireless efforts to promote their video game.
No one else will fucking do it. Holy shit.
How many concurrent players does that thing have now? Because like last time I checked, it was like
0?
less than 20. So like now it's like down to single-digit players.
Yep. I saw a screenshot the other day, at which point it was precisely 1.
Wow, impressive.
Yep.
Let's see, there are 10 people right now playing Dustborn.
Oh, wow. That's
One of them needs to quit, just so that we can say it's a single-digit game.
That's a 10-time increase. Clearly, that trip to Japan must have paid off. Because here's the thing.
Spent.
They got sent to Japan. Red Trade Games had a booth at the Japan's Game Expo, Tokyo Game Expo. And the official number that we've all been looking at is 14 million in Norwegian kroners from government's sources, right? That is probably a lot higher number than we actually thought. I have been given access to some documents about the game's development, or more correctly, the game's applications for governmental support, and the number is probably closer to 4 times that.
Oh, where'd you get that?
This is from the Norwegian Film Institute itself, so these are the official documents pertaining to this. So here we can see, I'm going to have to translate this, but the budget, early phases, and final phase, and the final total. So 36.8 million and 43.8 million in total. So that's about 3.8 to 4 million US dollars, very roughly converted, that they've received in various forms of aid.
Let's average it to right around 4 million, because this would have been given over the course of years when the Norwegian krona was valued higher, because I mean the value has collapsed by like 40% in the past 5 years or so. So that makes the calculation a little bit more difficult. Well, let's just say 4 million for friends and family. It's about right.
Yep.
$4 million. Yeah.
So basically, like 4 times what we initially thought has been spent on this game. And this is, of course, not the end. This is merely the total production cost for making the game. I've also received further documents that show that they are still getting money in relations to Dustborn. They're still getting cash. They got another $100,000 odd for their release budget for marketing, etc. And they've gotten probably yet further additions for going to Tokyo Game Show, as that was probably another $5,000-6,000 plus travels, of course.
If I can just chime in here, because as some of you may know, I have dabbled in the video game scene in Norway in the past, and I can tell you from experience that they also have funding options specifically for that. If you want to go and promote your game at an international convention, then they will fund that. You have to apply, of course, but if you qualify, they will pay for your trip and your stay and boot place and everything at these foreign conventions. So I can say with 99.8% certainty that this trip to Japan was also paid with Norwegian taxpayer money. Now, I don't have the numbers or the documents to prove that, but just from experience, that is how they operate. If they are there, if Red Thread Game is there, they did not pay for that out of pocket. You and I did, Arch, with our taxpayer money.
Yep, because I have not yet looked through all of the documents, and a bunch of the documents were actually we were denied access to because of some sort of duty of silence. There are one of the largest single funding posts in the early funding part is actually secret. We do not know who gave them. Something along the lines of $400,000-500,000 odd dollars. Like, they decided to withhold that, which is very interesting.
That is weird. Now, I have a question, Arch, because you have a number of documents here ranging back in time. What's the date of the oldest document you have where numbers have been withheld, where they've redacted certain descriptions of numbers? What's the oldest document? What time frame are we looking at?
I am not completely sure. I've got documents back to 2022 and 23 pertaining to this. That mentions Dustborn specifically. So these are things related to that project. I have not got the idea off the top of my head. Let's see, is the 2021, does that mention Dustborn?
Yeah, because if you got these numbers now, and these are numbers that really have been taken out, then I can kind of like understand if we are dealing with a future project that has not yet been announced, that's being redacted, that's still being funded, and eventually they'll remove the redaction and then there'll be transparency about it. But if this is something newly taken out from the year 2021, there's nothing from 2021 that isn't announced yet. There is no reason to withhold that for fear of breaking some kind of like exclusive right or something like that. Like, for instance, if you work with a distributor and they don't want it announced until a certain time, then maybe that would be a reason to redact something. But if that is not the reason, that has me real curious. What is so secret that they're redacting it here? What specific thing have they given money towards that they're not willing to admit it? That would be very fun to know. I mean, because now we just have to speculate. Is this some additional DEI money? Is this, wow, this is so woke and so progressive. Here's extra progressive money. This is straight from the Open Border Foundation. I'm not saying that is what happened here. But you have to think in those lines when they actually go through the step of redacting numbers. And what is this? This is hardly like any national secrets or something. It's the development of a freaking video game. It's practically a welfare project. I mean, there's nothing secret here. There's nothing here that should warrant redaction under any circumstance. I mean, I'm even being generous when I'm suggesting that it may be because there's something that is not yet ready to announce to the public. That's being generous.
Yep, because the application 2 was specifically for Dustborn, so it would be very weird to roll in other projects in all of this. And again, it's not like it's not an inconsequential amount of money either. Out of the total, there's about 4 or 5 Norwegian million, so $400,000-$500,000, that are secret. Like, why on God's good earth would there be a duty of silence around this? That's very weird.
It's very weird indeed. And I have no good reason for why that may be. So I'm as curious as you. For other things in Norwegian game development and funding, I can come up with some really, really good, plausible explanations for what may have happened because I've been there. This I don't know.
You know, it's very strange. But we do then know that there is a lot more money that has been spent on this. And this isn't even the only hole either. There are a couple of other smaller posts. For example, we've got one, which I'll take a screenshot off and bring up, which... Where is it? There we go. I'll put that in the live links as well, where we have here a total of 2.29 Norwegian millions. And again, we've got a big secret post of about 500,000, so $5,000 roundabout, that is again secret. The only thing I could think that could be reasonably secret is if there was some sort of private investor, maybe? Like if there was somebody's name behind all of that, it's like, this person gave this much money.
Why would that be secret, though?
Well, I don't know. Like, I guess you could ask that to be redacted from official documents? I mean, what kind of a private investor's name would be so important that we'd need to remove them from the funding documents of a video game?
No Norwegian ones.
Yeah, no, I can't really imagine Kjellingerøkke. It's like secret.
Well, if it was, then you definitely would have to investigate this game. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
The only thing I can think of is that for some reason the investor himself, like he had them sign an NDA where his name can't be revealed.
Yeah. So. You know, I agree. Like, that's the only thing I could think of. That he somehow, like, there's a private person who has reserved himself against his name being used in these documents somehow. I mean, I don't even...
I see people.
How would that even work?
People in the chat are suggesting Jens Stoltenberg. Yeah, that probably would do the trick. That's the former PM of Norway and current outgoing head of NATO. The less we say about that guy, the better, probably. But yeah. So that's very suspicious, I have to say.
I can't imagine how you would protect yourself against that.
I have to reach out to some of my friends who are still in the gaming scene and hear what they have to say. They've seen this before. Because that is something I'm curious about then. Is this something that's unique to Dustborn? Or will this have happened with other games as well? It would be cool to do a control beyond Dustborn. Like, for instance, see if you can find information on some other games, not just from Red Thread games, but from other big Norwegian, other recurrent Norwegian developers that also get their welfare funding from the Norwegian Film Institute, and see if there's anything redacted from those. Because that's my next question. We obviously don't know what is here, but is this unique to Dustborn? Or are we going to have the same thing in another game that, for instance, is something more typically Norwegian? That would be very interesting to see.
Yeah, especially as, of course, Dustborn 2 was a, Dustborn 2. God help us.
Is there a second one coming?
But this was a very political game. The welfare leeches at NRK, Norwegian Reich Broadcasting, as I like to call it.
Yeah, Norwegian BBC and absolutely everything.
Yep, they of course reviewed the game and they gave it a 4 out of 6. An incredible game with passionate political activism, they wrote.
Can I add one thing about that review, which I think is very, very important, because this is something that we see in certain American reviews as well, where you often have some kind of like dubious connections between the studio and the journalist, so that the studio or the journalist will know exactly what kind of talking points to put in their review, because this is what the game is about and what they want to focus on, and how they kind of like want to steer the conversation about it. And you have an example of that in the review from the Norwegian BBC, the NRK, where they basically said that what this game does is that it holds up a mirror to contemporary society, so that we may see and discuss our own bigotries and all our nasty stuff as a society is being reflected here, which is patently ridiculous, because this game, nothing here is applicable to Norway in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. So it was very obviously a talking point that they are repeating here. Insidious and dishonest and ridiculous. So this is the kind of review that I would tear apart if it was for a movie, because it's so obviously biased and slanted. It's not a review, it's part of the marketing campaign.
Just out of curiosity, what kind of website rates a game out of 6 anyway?
Oh, we do that in Norway.
Yeah, we do that.
You know how a dice,
Why?
how like oh no, because it's a random nature to it. It's like very intuitive, right? So you rate things from 1 to 6 on the eyes of the dice. It's a Norwegian way.
Okay, yeah, because here it's 5 or it's 10 or it's 100. It's not 6.
Yeah, we use dice.
Okay,
Which is
enough.
kind of like weird, because dice is kind of like random in a sense. So
Yeah, that's
it's
fair.
not the perfect system. I'm not defending
You
it.
you,
I'm just
you
saying
roll a
that's
dice to
how
get
it
your
is.
score. Got it.
I mean, okay, which gaming journalist always gives games 7 out of 10? I forget, was it
IGN.
IGN?
IGN, yeah.
So yeah, at least they can't give 7 out of 10 to only for something that only goes up to 6. So
Yeah.
breaks their game.
But you can give like a 4 out of 6, and that's kind of like the same thing, isn't it?
Kind
You're
of,
like
yeah.
the number 7.
2/3.
Yeah.
2/3.
The 7 out of 10 has kind of become the I have no commentary on this game. Like I would rather not be asked. Thank you. It's like it's become the new 5.
Which is
Yeah.
ridiculous,
That's actually-
because clearly 5 is 5. Like, clearly 5 is the halfway point. It's the passing grade in school, you know?
And that would translate to a dice in Norway of 4.
Yep. Yeah, because we've like the entire from 0 to 10. Back in the I am old enough to remember PC gaming magazines where they actually used like 3s and 4s. Like 3 meant that the game had some serious issues. 5 was just an entirely fine video game. It didn't do anything particularly well, nothing particularly bad. It was middle of the road. And even a 7 was like above average. Like when 9s and 10s were rare as shit. Like that indicated an amazing gameplay experience.
It was good when you didn't have inflation in those things, when they stopped losing their meaning.
Yep. But today, you've got a minimum score from the developer side to get access to their next game.
Yeah, wow, what's a promise of future rewards right there.
Indeed. But yeah, so there was actually a very good super chat to begin with here from Boog. Andre Arch, why are the Swedes the superior Nords? And for once, you know what? This pisses me off, but when it comes to how we fund our industry, we do it wrong in every way, and the Swedes do it right. Because stuff like this. You give a company like Red Thread Games like $4 million. They're not going to make a good product. They're never going to become self-sufficient. They're just going to send in another application for funding for the next year and the next project. It's simple welfare. Like, we have so much money in Norway. We could fund virtually any industry and become the world leader in it, and yet we are busy destroying what little industry we have, even as Sweden is building fucking fighter jets. I hate it.
And let's add one thing to there, because this is something that really grinds my gears and bugs the shit out of me, because it is said that Norway has so much money, and this is true. The state of Norway has so much money. The people of Norway don't. The people of Norway are impoverished. We have a lower standard of living and a lower real income than most others in Europe. People in Norway think we are so good off. We're not. We really, really are not. We are absolutely fleeced tax-wise, and we have very little left to show for it. And all of the tax money that we are spending, we generally don't really see it. And all of the money that goes to rate into the coffers of the Norwegian state, what we pay and everything like that, doesn't benefit the people. So yeah, there's that. But you are completely right, of course, in terms of the funding. The funding model that we have in Norway is the worst of all, and for that I blame the NFE, the Norwegian Film Institute, and how they have chosen to do it. Because as I've detailed in previous Midnight's Edge videos, for those that have seen that, in Sweden and in Denmark, you don't really have official funding. What you have instead is you have private investors that provide the seed capital to get startups off the ground. They will basically cover the production, well, not just production, but the entire operations of the company until their first big game is released. And then that presumably is a hit if they know what they're doing, at which point the investors get their money back, and the developer has the money to get their next game kickstarted. But that doesn't happen in Norway. Instead, they have to apply project by project, and then they have to tailor the projects to what is going to get the funding, not what the market actually wants and is willing to pay for, which is why while Sweden and Denmark provides amazing franchises and they have a really cool going industry, all we have is funded flops after flops because they're the ones that get funding. So certainly when it comes to video games, yeah, Sweden got Norway beat. There's other things as well, but for the purposes of this discussion, yeah, Sweden is the greatest in the Nordic when it comes to video games. No argue there.
And this is why we're going to get Dustborn 2.
Quite possible. Now, there is an interesting thing here. The Norwegian Film Institute, one of the big problems, it places virtually no expectations on anything at all. It just gives money and funds the project. And by the way, these aren't loans either, chat. It's not like the government goes like, oh yeah, we'll give you X amount of millions to like get your business off the ground and we'll expect it back. No, most of this is just gifts. Like we just give them millions. And then we just sit back and like, oh, did it flop? Yeah. Oh, okay. I guess we're going to pay for the next one then.
I mean, a similar thing happens in Canada too, where like, not in terms of video games, though I think they're moving into video games, but for a long time, Canadian TV, there was a legal requirement that X number of shows playing on any Canadian TV station be made in Canada to promote the the expansion of Canadian culture, because Canadians have always been kind of paranoid about culturally being overtaken by the United States, which is probably a reasonable fear, but I don't really care because America is fucking based. But that meant that, growing up in Canada, watching, TV shows in the 90s, there would always be like these amazing American cartoons or anime that was brought over, mixed in with like the shittiest Canadian cartoon shows. And no fucking kid wanted to watch them. Nobody cared about this shit. But it's one of those things where the government sees a value in having this cultural output that isn't financial, so they fund it,
Yeah, culture, basically, is what they're trying to create.
And that's kind of like fine when it is culture that supports the national culture. Like, for instance, most Norwegian classic films were funded that way as well. And you know what? I don't really mind, because while I thought those movies were stupid and lame when I was growing up, now as an adult looking back, I see what they were doing, and it was kind of worthwhile. And you were furthering Norwegian culture by funding certain movies and stuff like that. But the thing that is with how they're practicing it right now, and this is something I also know from practical experience, having been in this scene, is that this cultural requirement that you have to further Norwegian culture, so and so, and they have like a couple of criteria that you have to meet. They are there for show only. If you're a Norwegian company, you've basically met those criteria no matter what the game is about. So they don't really mean anything. If they like the project and they want to support it, they'll support it. And if they don't, well, maybe that's the excuse they use not to support it. But for instance, a game like Dustborn, it should never have been funded because it has nothing to do with Norwegian culture whatsoever. I mean, it's anti-American propaganda. It's like an anti-Trump game from 2016 coming out in 2024. It's completely ridiculous. It should never have been funded by Norwegian, anything Norwegian or anything EU. Just on the side. So that's my opinion, at least. The people running the Norwegian Film Institute obviously felt differently.
Yeah, and because this is, again, it's very progressive. It's a very politically progressive game. And that's probably why it got funded. Because there is nothing Norwegian in this. There are no Norwegian characters. There are no... is there even any... Like, the closest thing I can imagine as a reference to Norwegian culture would be the big dumb tree and Yggdrasil, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, eh?
That's stretching. But yeah.
That's a stretch, yes.
But beyond that, even beyond that, if you just ignore the setting, if you ignore the characters, is there any kind of moral or anything like that that's applicable to Norwegian society? And the answer is no. Not one thing is even remotely applicable.
The answer is communism, because everyone should be communist, I guess.
Well, this is true. But beyond that, if you look at anything in the game, it's a uniquely American thing as seen through the lenses of Norwegians with a bad case of TDS.
And that's true. This was created specifically as a response to Trump. Because
yes.
I found an old forum thread where one of the creators was talking about this in 2015, where he's like, thank God those evil right-wingers are being traced off the internet. Oh, I'm looking forward to the future, which will be so progressive. 2016 broke that, man, I guarantee you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Was this a red thread games, man?
Yes.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I've had beers with some of those guys before.
So yeah, 2016 was probably harsh on these people. Very, very hard.
Arch, did you bring up that? Did you actually bring up that forum thread?
Not on screen. I have it on a different video because I haven't saved it anywhere else.
Oh, okay. Damn, that sounds hilarious.
Oh, God damn it, Dev! Do you need this too for your video?
Yes, I'm taking all of it.
Dev,
He wants everything.
how about I just write it for you?
Hey, Arch, you know how every single time you talk about Antonio Gramsci, you use all of my research?
Yeah,
because I'm the one who
easier
actually
to
read the book and
find.
you didn't.
Like, I don't want to look for those quotes myself, and I can just go to your video, like, screen look it up.
Well, I am extracting my rent.
I feel like this is a rather one-sided extraction at this point.
All good extractions are.
Let's see here. Yeah, I'll send that to you, Dev. It's in that video there. You can, callously
Thanks very
just
much.
control screen grab it out of my video, you little fat shit.
Thanks very much.
Oh, good. We're sending links directly to Dev this week instead of doing the
fuck.
roundabout way.
I forgot. Lum, come here.
What?
There. But yes, like the key issue here is this is simply just governmental welfare. That's all this is. Because this is a big issue I have in Norway. Not just in the entertainment industry, but across all of it. There are countless companies that live off the governmental dime by funding project after project. So their customer, in the case of Dustborn, isn't people who want to play Dustborn. This game has probably sold, if we're being generous, maybe 10, 20,000 copies, most of them to YouTubers.
Actually, we can find that out. There's a Stream database site.
Oh, I do.
I'd be shocked
Let
if
me
it
go
had
dig it
sold
up real
that many.
quick. Let me go dig it up.
Yeah, go for it.
So they've been living off the government's dime funding the project. And now they're going to start the next project. They're going to continue to fund that via the government. And it's literally welfare. Like they're just cashing in a paycheck that goes through one extra third party.
And the funny thing is that they kind of admitted this themselves as well. Not openly, but I've been to many Norwegian developer hangouts where they have said after a couple of pints that, NFI is welfare for game developers in Norway. It's basically just money to keep them doing something. May as well have sent them for doing nothing because there's no values being generated from it in any way, shape, or form anyway.
Oh my
yeah,
god,
it is.
guys.
Elaborate welfare.
Chat. If you ever want
Yeah,
to play
let's hear
Dustborn,
it.
if you ever want to play Dustborn, now's the time. It's 30% off.
Oh boy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, thank God.
Boy.
Yeah, the Tokyo discount right there.
But like this is we have a wonderful word for this in Norwegian, sysselsetting, which basically means
Exactly.
busy work.
Yeah. It's basically just keeping them busy.
Yep. Like we have
That's
people
exactly
that we
right.
need to employ somehow that won't be able to make a living unless we employ them, so we come up with something. It doesn't need to be anything useful.
And that's the funny thing, though. Most of these people, because very few of the Norwegian game developers, they end up being game developers long term. Yeah, you have the people in Red Thread that have been able to con their way this far. You have the people in Funcom, which really genuinely is an actual company. This doesn't apply to them. And you have one or two others like Agens that also are financially sustainable. But beyond that, most of the rest of the Norwegian scene, the people are there only for a few years, and then at some point they need to get other jobs. Then they became programmers, developers, not of games, but of other computer languages and stuff. And then they're out of the gaming industry, and this is unfortunately, I'm not saying this is a good thing, for this I blame the Norwegian Film Institute, but that unfortunately is the fate that awaits most Norwegian game developers. It's leaving gaming because the Norwegian gaming scene isn't sustainable.
Yeah. We're not creating
so, yeah.
sustainability. We're just creating
No.
one-off projects.
And it's ridiculous because it's something that actually could have been in an industry, because when they decided a few governments ago that we want a Norwegian gaming scene, just like they have in Sweden and Denmark, the goal was fine. It's just that they went about it completely the wrong way, and they're doing it still after now nigh on 2 decades of just blowing funding on game after game that turns out to be flop after flop. They've still learned nothing, and they keep on doing what hasn't been working. And if that support goes away, the entire scene implodes in 6 months.
Yeah.
Again, apart
so-
from Funcom and Agens
so-
and the few big ones.
So there's the stats page. I posted it in live links, Arch, on SteamDB. There's a few interesting things if you want to look at it. Firstly, there's a panel that says owner estimations, and they have like different data scrapers that estimate how many sales it's had. So the numbers there are 3,400, 6,600, and 6,900. That's how many Steam sales. That's not many sales.
That sounded more like what I would expect, yeah, rather than tens of thousands. Single-digit thousand sounds more like it.
Yeah. The all-time peak was 83 players. That's the highest it ever got.
God damn.
However, if you look at the Twitch stats, you'll see that there was an all-time peak of people watching the game on Twitch at 24,000.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, all of them were laughing and poking fun. That's
I
other
don't think so,
part.
because I went... No, I think they were actually real players, because I went to go... real viewers. So I went to go and find, like, who would have played this game and received 24,000 people watching it? It was Hassan. So Hassan played the game for an hour on his Twitch channel, then switched off of it. And that was 10 days ago.
God.
So,
Even Hassan Piker couldn't fucking stomach this game.
nope.
Jesus.
If
He
only those
Needs to
views
show he's
were
on the right
actual
side of
players.
history.
Okay.
Maybe you could get his uncle to join him playing. That would be fun.
I mean, the problem is, oh god, now I'm almost interested in hearing what Hassan had to say, because a big deal of the problem with Dustborn is that when you were playing it, it is genuinely difficult to understand if it's a fucking parody or not. It's actually hard, because it presents progressive points in such a terrible and incorrect way that, I mean, the people who made this must not have done any homework. Like, they're a narco-primitivist society, for example, that uses robots to collect their opium crops.
Well, also, yeah, I found someone just asking on a forum somewhere, like, is this really, far left propaganda, or is it far right propaganda that is like being a parody of the far left? I can't tell. And he mentioned that that first song that you have to play in the first Guitar Hero sequence, it uses like great replacement rhetoric, with the idea of your kind won't last, you're going to be replaced, that sort of thing, right? And
Yep.
it's like, is this on the nose or is it a parody from the other side? I can't tell.
That's a funny thing, though, because that's how ridiculous they are, isn't it? That you cannot tell those crazies being legitimate from sane people mocking them and having fun with them, and there's no way to tell. And I struggled for a long time with that myself. Well, not that long, but I was also contemplating, is it for real? Are they serious? But after looking into it, yeah, no, this actually is completely genuine, and they do mean this. They are just that deranged. So it looks like parody, but they mean this. They really do.
Because one of the things, too, Norway is a weird country when it comes to our politics. Like, we are the example of, like, luxury belief progressivism, where if you ask anyone, like, oh, do you believe in these progressive ideologies? They're probably going to say yes, because they know what the correct thing is to do. But, Andre, you will probably remember this. Remember a few years ago when Russia decided to open our northern border for immigration?
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, we had like a few days of mass immigration, and everyone was like, "No, shut this shit down."
Yeah, we are like champagne socialists, right? We can afford it as long as we don't see the real price, and the moment we do, it gets real fast. And I know so many people who are like that, and it's so frustrating. And they are aware of this themselves, their double standards. So like, oh, I'm so virtuous, and I want all this and all that, but the moment it affects me, then different rules apply right away.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we also just have a generation of idiots, frankly. Like when you have the young left organizations going, "Stop oil!" Like, bitch, do you have any idea where your free schooling, your free healthcare, your free teeth care, all of these benefits that you enjoy because you're goddamn 15, where that comes from?
Yeah.
Yep.
And also, I just love hearing what they say that we're going to do without the oil. Oh, Norway is going to be a nation of knowledge, selling our knowledge, our advanced knowledge. Really, what knowledge can we sell to the Americans? What can we sell to the Chinese? What do we know that they don't? What do we have to sell other than oil and fish, an industry which the people who say they're all about industry has all but shut down? So, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have an industry anymore. Like Norway, this is a little known fact. We used to be the world's leading shipbuilding nations. We had a larger merchant fleet than England. Now it's all in Korea and China because we shut all of that down with taxes and tariffs and additional fees and yada yada.
Is this how we always do here? Is this always like complaining slash talking the truth about Norway, or is it worse now because I'm here and I can finally vent?
Yeah, this is pretty abnormal, to be honest.
Okay.
I guess,
but it's all true.
One last thing I'll add is that this site, I don't know if you guys ever used it before, but SteamDB is actually a great way to find out information on games. I'll post another game here, Arch, just to prove a point. I'll post this in the channel. So this is another very left-leaning game called Tonight We Riot. This is actually a good game, but it's a very far left game. It is explicitly about a workers' revolution, and you're beating up cops, you're beating up agents of the state, you're killing capitalists. Like, it is the communist revolution game. It is a good game in terms of the gameplay, but it is very politically. It's a very political game. However, no one fucking played this game. It's been out for like 5 years, and no one played this game. No one gave a shit about this game. If you go down to the same panel, estimations of how many sales it got, not many sales. Twitch stats, it had 21,000 4.3 years ago. That was Hassan as well. Hassan played it, and that was the most attention it ever got, and then it faded away. And what this is making me realize, like this and also Dustborn, is that we've been saying for a while that forget about TV spots, forget about advertisements. Streamers are the future of how you advertise a game. But I'm not even sure that's true anymore, because these are games that are being advertised by at least one big streamer, and they're going nowhere. As soon as the streamer's attention turns to something else, all the attention falls off the game. So I don't know. There might be a limit to how much streamers can actually astroturf a game. Maybe if a game is too shitty or too ideological or both, it doesn't matter how many times Hassan or Vosh or whoever actually plays it.
I think it could be a mix of those two things, but also the audience. Because will that audience be willing to actually pay money to play games like that? They would probably much rather see their favorite streamer play it and then be like, okay, that was cringy, that was stupid, and then go about their day.
Yeah. I mean, there's a similar thing. I don't know if you remember this, Lumi, but there was a similar thing a year or two ago where there was the Kyle Rittenhouse game. After Kyle Rittenhouse, got his not guilty verdict. Someone made, a Kyle Rittenhouse game where he's like outside of a courtroom and he's like shooting up protesters who were attacking him, and everyone had a big laugh about it. But that game was like a blip on the radar. Within a week, no one gave a shit about that game anymore. So it's kind of the same thing.
Was a game.
Yeah, so like all of the usual, culture war like YouTube channels made a video on it and laughed at it and thought it was amazing. But 1 week later, it was gone. Like, no one cared. So it's one of those flash in the pan things that can't really be like I think a game that is explicitly political and has nothing else going for it, even if it's astroturfed by creators, it cannot really be sustained.
It's only relevant for a very short period of time, yeah. And it's also that
Dustborn.
Yeah, go on.
Game that time has passed. But sorry, carry on.
It's also that in this case, entertainment is competing with entertainment. Because you're watching somebody for entertainment, presenting you to a product that you're supposed to play for entertainment. Like, you've kind of already gotten the entertainment, unless it's at least a game like with great replayability, like a grand strategy game or something, where you could play it in a radically different way than the streamer.
It's like, I think,
or Roblox, yeah.
It's like this was before I got my computer and actually had money to buy my own games. I would watch other people play games because either I don't have the money or I don't have the game console or the computer to play it myself. So it's like if there's a PlayStation exclusive that I couldn't play because I don't have one, I would watch someone else play it. So it's more so like experiencing it through someone else because you can't play it yourself.
Yeah, same. I watched more Let's Plays and streams back when I couldn't afford my own games, you know?
Yep, that's very possible. So, I don't know. I do think that streamers probably is, in large part, the future of advertisement like this, because at the very least, you're targeting the correct market, but it is by no stretch of the imagination a guarantee of success. And even then, I'm going to point out too, 21,472 people watching. In marketing terms, that's actually dick all. Because you're talking about you need to expose hundreds of thousands of people, and you will still only convert maybe a percentage of that into sales. This is why marketing was designed to be as broad scale and as broad appeal as possible, to get, hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of impressions, and out of that you'll get 100 sales.
Mm.
Yeah, pretty much.
But Dustborn, despite getting hundreds and hundreds of thousands of impressions, did not get those sales. Oh, God. But I'm sure...
Just because you have the impressions doesn't mean anyone actually wants to play it. If all the impressions are, wow, this game is hideous, no way I'm touching that, then the impressions aren't going to help, is it?
Yep. Man, okay. Dustborn kind of reminds me of that OFK game from a year or two ago. You guys remember that?
Nope.
No.
Had a similar art style. It had a similar art style. And when yes, it was called We Are OFK. It had a similar art style, and it was pushed fucking everywhere. It was on like Nintendo Directs. It was on Sony State of Plays. It was like a main feature on multiple E3 shows. Like this game was pushed for a year, and it was so fucking terrible. It was really bad.
I have never seen this game in my life.
Yeah,
I
me
mean, if
neither.
you feel like cringing completely off of your ass, just out of your stream, you could just play this game and do it.
I mean,
Let's
that's
see, what did this game sell? Let's see.
I see a shirt here saying Black Trans Lives Matter.
Yep. Let's see. Where did it sell on SteamDB? It got, I don't know, around 5,000 sales, 7,000 sales, 12,000 sales. On Twitch, it peaked at 711 viewers a year and a half ago. Yeah, this game went fucking nowhere. And they had to have spent millions because you don't get a main spot on Nintendo Direct and a Sony State of Play and like several E3 shows in 2022. You don't get those ad spots unless you paid tons of money.
Some things are just too woke. And again, that's the thing. The reason why these projects fail is because they're targeting a market that just doesn't actually exist. These aren't people who are really interested in video games, and so they're not going to buy them, they're not going to play them. They are, at best, they're going to talk about their auteur friends about it, like, oh, did you listen to that fancy new video game thing? Oh, yes, dreadfully droll, yes.
Yeah, that sadly is the state of entertainment, not just in gaming, but across the board since 2016-17. They've been making everything for a completely non-existent audience. And then they are surprised when it doesn't hit. And this is something we've even seen in gaming. Like Midnight's Edge, we did a video on this where we went through these requirements that Xbox have to their developers, all of these DEI requirements, which basically makes the services of companies like Sweet Baby Inc. mandatory to ensure that everything is inclusive. Because they have this motto that if you don't intentionally include, you unintentionally exclude, which is a complete reversal from what is actually happening. Because what they've been doing by making everything so inclusive and for everyone is make games that are for absolutely no one. And you have the same in movies, you have the same in TV. That's why Star Wars is dead. That's why Marvel is dying. That's why Star Trek is long gone. It's the same thing that's happening all over the place. And now it has reached fever pitch in gaming as well, to the point where everyone sees it, and then you have the dripping AAA gaming collapse as a response to it. So that's good. I'm very happy about Dustborn and Concord and everything else failing, because that's just the market correcting itself, at least as much as is possible before it stops on the funding side. But still, very happy with all of these failures, including for this game here, that they pushed so heavy last year, you said? And now
2 years
none of
ago.
us have heard it. Okay. Well, still, none of us have heard of it now, so evidently all of that push didn't really help.
Yeah, they got a bunch of money from a Chinese company to like Chinese investment company. Had to have been a few million to be able to make the game. Didn't fucking go anywhere.
Nope.
Listen, this is why I know everyone makes fun of me. I'm always gonna be a Nintendo cuck. I just keep playing Nintendo games. They're good, they're simple, they're fun, they're exactly what I want. There's no bullshit in them, you know. I don't
You're
gotta
right.
worry about all this nonsense.
No, exactly, you're right. Nintendo are going to be the last one standing, because Xbox is collapsing, PlayStation is collapsing, Nintendo is going to be right there by having had actual good games the entire time. So you chose the winning side there.
Yep, feels good, man.
You're also entirely right, by the way, that this is reaching the fever pitch right now. Like, 2024 will be the boiling point, because we've got so many failures. Dustborn, Concord, Dragon Age Veilguard, and, well, we would have gotten the Shadows of Diversity as well, but that was pushed to next year, as Ubisoft is just going to stop being a company at this rate. And even the panicked defense is awful. Like, I put an article up here. Video game maker Ubisoft and Chaos after anti-DI backlash. Okay, so far so standard. And is facing calls to sell in what is being called an incel victory.
Yeah, I saw that. The incels won because I guess Assassin's Creed was delayed, 5 months or something?
I don't even know what the incels
3
have
months.
to do with this.
Yeah.
I don't...
Well, they like to rotate their slurs, and they called us all dude bros for a little while there, but everyone liked it. They went back to the incels, because that's like mildly insulting. But the funny thing is that they're labeling the majority of the video gaming audience here, because if you're calling everyone who didn't play Star Wars Outlaws an incel, and everyone who weren't interested in Assassin's Creed Shadows an incel, guess what? That's the vast, overwhelming majority of gamers on the planet, because hardly anyone cared about any of those games. That's the problem. So what are you going to call the people that do care, that do support the likes of Concord? All of the, hundreds of people like that, are those the non-incels, and everyone else is an incel? I mean, the gaming journals, they really did think this a little bit more through, because, I mean, Arch, help me out here. How would you translate det faller på sin egen urimelighet?
I'm not entirely sure, honestly.
Anyway, it's a great Norwegian saying, which basically means something along like, this is so freaking ridiculous that no one can believe it. They don't even believe it themselves.
Defeated by its own absurdity, I guess.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Because, yeah, like, there will be
Hold on a
attempts
second.
to defend this. Oh, yeah, go on, Dad.
You just got a super chat that said OFK fund. I think it's happening, Arch.
Okay, fun.
All right, another Witcher fund chat. You're going to have to fund it today.
I think you're gonna have to play OFK, Arch.
Like, listen. $2,000, and today, that's the only way you'll fucking get me to do this shit.
Well,
Wow,
to be
more
fair though,
expensive than
OFK
Dustborn.
Dev,
OFK is.
I am
sold
not in the mood to be fair.
So OFK is actually sold in 5 installments. You can like buy each episode individually. So chat, just give him 1/5 of 2,000 for the first episode.
That's how that works, Dev. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I've already got enough cringe games lined up. But yeah, no. Even the defense is getting ridiculous. Like, there's incels. Oh, the damned incels are attacking our video game. That's why Ubisoft shares are down to, oh god, what are they now?
Down about 90% in the last couple of years. I don't remember exactly what it is right now, but it's not a lot. It's something that would make the investors cry. And there's it's like around $10 or something. It's completely ridiculous. It is so bad. It is so bad that actual shareholders plus other commentators are even saying to the company, to Ubisoft, that look, you guys, you need to go private. You need to just admit defeat, and you need to buy out the shareholders with as much as you can and try to salvage the company. When you get that kind of feedback, that means the market has lost faith in you. There is absolutely no faith in their ability to fix this. That's what we're seeing here, both when you look at this share price. I mean, this is like something out of a movie. I mean, yeah, companies, they have good days, they have bad days, they have bad periods at the stock market, but this is a joke. Looking at like this chart right here, the way it's been going, that's a complete joke. You hardly ever see that, other than in cases of like Enron and that kind of stuff. That's when you see this kind of like stock development. But hey, that's the price for DEI, isn't it? That's how you drive away the audience. And ironically, they thought they were bringing in so many more by being so inclusive. In reality, they just excluded all gamers everywhere.
It has shed 84.4% of its market capital in 5 years, which is just incredible.
It's a joke. I mean, this stuff doesn't happen. But that only goes to show that this is a company that really doesn't have any assets. I mean, if anything, the remaining share price, that's the price of their buildings and their real estate. Because this is a market that has given up all hope in their brands. I mean, they don't own Star Wars, they only license that. They do own Assassin's Creed. What else do they have? They have Rayman. Maybe they should bring back Rayman for something. If that can... Or are they going to find a way to wokeify that?
Probably by making Rayman a woman. Ray woman.
Didn't they already do that?
I don't think so. Like, the most recent thing that they had with Raymond in it was a Netflix show where he was eating sushi off of a naked woman, so...
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Naked, I
that
see.
That doesn't
there
sound like
something
involved. Ubisoft would do today.
Shut up, Arch.
Because they really don't have anything. Like, they're big names. Anno is a really great series, but it's a niche. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, I'm sure they expected that to be great. It wasn't, because Avatar has zero like cultural influence whatsoever. Prince of Persia was a flop. Skull and Bones was a flop. Like, their only really ongoing thing is Rainbow Six Siege and possibly a new Division game, but they're not going to remain solvent for long enough for those games to come out.
The crossover with Mario that they put out is actually sells pretty well, but it's Switch only, right? It's not relevant to the wider conversation of the company.
Yeah, and I guarantee you Nintendo takes a hefty slice of that.
Yeah.
And Assassin's Creed Shadows is probably going to be like the final blow to them. Like, they moved the release to Black History Week as a desperate attempt for sympathy. I guarantee
reason?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I guarantee it. They pushed it back 3 months. Like, 3 months is not enough to fix shit in a game as massive as this. And they just happen to happen upon February. Like, that's a coinky dinky winky I'm not willing to admit to.
I mean, what's even funnier is that it's February, but it's also February 14th. They said that there's going to be romance options in Assassin's Creed Shadows, so they're going to try to hit both sides of it.
Oh yeah,
They now have a non-gay version.
well, they're gonna have the gay version too. Like, they're probably gonna do like maximum progressivism, like hoping that the blacks will defend them, hoping that the progressives in general will defend them. Like, love is love, which we'll get to P Diddy later, chat. Don't worry.
Oh god.
But yeah, no, there's no way that was just a coincidental delay. It's a desperation move, and I don't think it's gonna help.
Oh, of course not. Because even if it's Black History Month, why would anyone buy this game just because of that? The only thing that means is you're going to get some more press, but you're not going to be able to get any more genuine interest. I mean, the same gamers that aren't interested now, why on earth would they be interested in this game 3 months later? And also consider that the people that you may be able to get interested in this game during Black History Month that aren't interested in it now, those people aren't gamers. They're not going to get it anyway. They'll be in it for the cause. They'll write about it. They'll write more about Rossism and horrible incels who aren't supporting it. But you're not going to get one extra person buying it in February who wasn't going to buy it in November.
So here, I'm gonna push back a bit. I'm gonna push back a bit
Go for
because the Assassin's Creed name still carries a lot of weight. I decided to look it up. The last game was Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That was a woke piece of shit. It still sold like 12 million copies. So they still might have a lot of momentum, where they just keep like releasing games that suck, but they sell based on the name, and it might take a few more flops before they get there. Because
I agree with that. Yeah.
If you go back to like Assassin's Creed Origins, it was like an okay game. Assassin's Creed Odyssey was an okay game. It didn't really get, measurably bad until Valhalla.
No, but that's still the same pool of people that were going to buy the game anyway. And my point was that pool, those people that are going to buy it on the Assassin's Creed brand, and that alone, they were going to buy it in November, and they're going to buy it in February. But you're not going to get any more people in February than you would in November. Those people that would still buy it in no matter what, they'll still get it no matter what. You won't get any more people by delaying it until February.
Yeah.
That's my point there. Yeah. You agree with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, there's there's the COVID bump. I know V disagrees with me on this, but I still think I'm right. Games and also game hardware, so consoles and graphics cards and computers and stuff, it all had a massive bump in 2020 and 2021 because everyone was inside. Everyone was stuck inside for like a year, and they had big fat checks from the government of all this money being spent around. So people started buying up tons of games and buying consoles. Like there was a shortage on everything. And I think a lot of companies kind of got used to a huge boom, and that's now passed. It's been passed for like a year now. And so everything that's gaming related is now kind of on a slump. And I think a lot of companies just, they were short-sighted and they didn't plan for the future.
Absolutely. This is very true for Ubisoft, for instance. During the lockdowns, is what I like to call it, they had a massive bump like everyone else. Like their height in share price, which we're talking about, that was during the lockdowns. When everyone was buying games, they were buying hardware, everything like that. But after that, in order to sustain, you really have to deliver the goods. Unfortunately, that's when they did the opposite, going all in on DEI at the expense of storytelling in games as well as the gameplay itself. Doing everything they can to make the games exclusionary. And problem was, now so many people have such an amazing backlog of awesome games to play, so why get all this new crap when you have older, much cooler games?
Uh-huh. And there's also just the general shift in the cultural divide. I mean, this has been the year of woke failures. Like, the Rings of Power still doing awfully. The Acolyte was canned after one season. Concord is a legendary flop. This has been just a bloody year for the progressives. And if we look again into, of course, video game firings, I think Blizzard announced another 500 today. I think the total had reached like 12,000 people this year, and another 10,000 people the year before. Like, the industry is being gutted right now because there's not enough money to pay all of the people who were dragged in through friends and family.
And also through the EI measures, because they created all these positions just to like show, look how progressive we are. And here's someone who doesn't really do anything, but hey, they're there. Look how black they are. I mean, you really had that. This was an actual thing. And you can only do that when the times are good. And if they're not good anymore, those people are the first to go. And that, of course, is a big part of all of the firings we've had, especially in the IT sector this year and the last year, because now the money isn't there anymore. And now they have to start money, and they have to lose some of the positions they created for no real reason. I mean, I know that Elon Musk is a controversial figure to many, but look at what he did when he acquired Twitter and relabeled it as X. He fired 80% of the workforce, because that's how many people that weren't actually needed to run X. 80%. And just to add to what you were saying, I have some very fun statistics about like the Rings of Power and stuff. You want to hear it? You want to know a show that does better than Amazon's massive 200 million or 300 million latest season of Rings of Power?
Oh, can I guess?
Emily in Paris is crushing it.
Emily in Paris? Oh, I was going to say The Penguin.
Emily in Paris, well, that too. Of course, The Penguin is crushing Emily in Paris, but that is why I'm bringing up Emily in Paris. Because you wouldn't think that Emily in Paris, like you would think that Penguin crushes Rings of Power. Obviously
Emily
it does.
in Paris.
But Emily in Paris is crushing
is
the
Emily
Rings
in
of Power.
Paris?
Oh my
There
god,
you go.
I've heard of Emily in Paris. Okay, it's like one of the most, like, as what I've been told about it, so offensive towards French people.
Oh, okay.
It's insane.
Well,
the main
it's
character is a
offensive.
raging bitch.
It's
Things
offensive to a certain brand of French people, maybe. But it's offensive to progressive French people. Not offensive to anyone else, I should imagine. Because this is
bad.
a romanticized rejection of Paris, let's put it that way. It's not indicative of the reality. This is a show for the ladies. It's kind of fun. I'm forced to watch it by my wife. It's not too bad. But this is something that costs hardly anything to make. It has its fan base. And that fan base is bigger than the Rings of Power fan base. That's kind of like the point. Because they shouldn't be in the same sentence. You expect the Penguin to beat the Rings of Power. You don't expect Emily in Paris to beat the Rings of Power, and it does.
Well, there too, it's like, God, it is such a backward fucking world we live in. The Penguin is a, like, D-list tier DC villain, and yet he is crushing the Lord of the Rings. Like, fuck. Imagine telling somebody 5 years ago there'd be a TV series of the Penguin that would be better received than a Lord of the Rings show.
It's also better received than Batman movie. Let's not forget about that. But yeah.
To be fair though, like the Robert Pattinson Batman movie was not bad. It wasn't terrible. Wow. I thought it was going to be absolutely terrible. I was like, oh, actually, I kind of enjoyed this. It was okay.
Well,
you know?
Opinions are divided on the subject, but if you liked it, hey, awesome.
Yeah, that's just another thing you're wrong on, Dev.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so here, to bring it back to video games, I decided to look up, what were this year's biggest successes. Okay, so there's the obvious ones, like the soccer games, football games, baseball, all the sports games, right? Those always sell like crazy every year. But putting those aside, this year's biggest successes in terms of both sales and just like, good reviews, you have Hogwarts Legacy, Palworld, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, the Elden Ring DLC, and Helldivers 2. Those are the biggest successes of 2024. There's not a single, woke, progressive, leftist, whatever game on that list. I know there are going to be some leftist idiots on Twitter who will make the claim that Helldivers is a leftist game because the satire, it critiques fascism. Yeah, I get it. Shut up. We're not talking about you right now. Like in terms of games that are made by leftists, that are explicitly leftist, There's not a single one on that list. That list is just, for the most part, just regular games made for gamers or made for fans of Zelda or fans of Final Fantasy or whatever the fuck, right? And then if you like, okay, what what are the most successful explicitly leftist games recently, right? I can't think of any this year at all. I can think of a few from last year. Um, Alan Wake 2 sold pretty well. It's a very leftist game.
Didn't make his
There's a couple
money
indie-
back, mind you.
It didn't, but it sold pretty well. There's a few indie games that are very explicitly made by leftists and for leftists. Hades 2, Cult of the Lamb, but these are like small titles, right? You know, where are the big leftist gangbuster titles that are selling millions of copies and completely like revolutionizing the industry? It's not fucking happening.
Meanwhile, of course, I can bring up Black Myth Wukong as an example of an explicitly anti-left game that sold like gangbuster in large part, one, because it's Chinese and it fillets China like few games ever has, and two, because it got an enormous reputation bump over the Sweet Baby Inc. Extortion allegations.
Yeah, that was the right game at the right time with the right campaign and the right allegations.
Yep,
I mean, they won the lottery.
they did.
I've heard some murmurings on far left Twitter that they're starting to say that Black Myth Wukong is a woke game.
Oh yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen people claim that because this is the thing. When the left was in cultural power, they could claim whatever they wanted, and nobody would really object to them. This is like the media analysis angle, right? Where the left will go, "Oh, this thing is left wing," and since the rest of us don't really care about like. We've never cared about claiming things for the right. That's never been a topic, and so we ceded all of that terrain to the left, and so everything became left wing.
Yep.
Extremely so.
Also, Lum Lum, I see what you posted on Twitter. My vengeance will be harsh.
Oh God. That's it. Time to bring in some artists. You think Carlos will draw that Arch?
I hope not, if he knows what's best for him. But right,
Yeah, there's when it comes to the whole like media analysis thing, you know, I've gone down the rabbit hole more than a few times over the past few years, listening to like, you know, lefty media analysis YouTubers, because even when they're wrong, they're still like intelligent and entertaining. So you know, it's a guilty pleasure. But like, you see someone who talks about like, oh, here's the show Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and here's all the feminist interpretations of it, and like, some of it is very clearly on the nose, and some of it's very clearly a stretch. But I mean, it whatever, it's entertainment, right? And then you get to like, oh, here's for example, Final Fantasy. Here's how the Final Fantasy series is a leftist series, and it's like, okay, what are your reasons? Well, because you fight God, so it's anti-religion. And I'm just like, you're fucking stupid, dude. You don't understand anything about like the cultural context of where these games come from. You are just looking at it through the lens of your first year gender studies course. And I know because I took that fucking course back in university. So I know exactly
Wow.
what you're thinking and where you're going.
yep. And eventually we'll need to begin pushing back on that. And to a degree we already have, but there's a long road ahead.
Well, it's a very good start, though, with all of these high-profile floppings. I'm very happy with the start, and this is where gamers actually have like advantage, because gamers are more so than, for instance, the general movie-going audience, an online bunch. So it's very, very much easier to spread which games to avoid and where you can send a message by support this and not support this, which is fantastic, and that's part of what we're seeing right now, and also why we see the kind of like backlash that you have against Sweet Baby Inc. and how they're trying to defend themselves so pathetically. We're also seeing some cases of people that have Sweet Baby Inc. on their resume and get hired. Of course, it's difficult for anyone to get hired right now in the tech and gaming industry because everyone is being fired. But if you have that on your resume, you might risk the hiring company getting backlash. So yeah, I mean, this is all just a sign of the culture in a way healing itself, at least going some direction towards that end.
Yeah.
I saw a meme on Twitter that I thought was very funny, which was if there's a progressive game, you've got little chud Sir Wojak going like, I'm not going to pay for this, and there's Black Myth Wukong going like, hey, I'm that game, but not progressive, and the Wojak going like, oh my god, I'm going to pay you, as if we're just reacting to the cultural side of things, right? And hey, let's say that we are. We're still making these games financial successes. What's the left doing?
Yeah. Like, I mean, there definitely is like a woke right wing, or like an equivalent of wokeism on the right, and it is destructive and it is toxic, and it probably will grow and become a problem, in the next 5 to 10 years. But and maybe you could even say that they are a problem right now outside of video games. But specifically in video games, the problem does seem to be just progressives who are entrenched in these companies and in these organizations, shitting everything up, and they have to go.
Well, extremism is bad on all sides, but the ones who are the extremists in power right now are the ones who are associated with the left. Although I'm not really happy with that kind of distinction, but just to use the jargon, they are the ones with the political and cultural power right now, which has been abused pretty tremendously. And that has directly led to the collapse of all of these franchises, and right now to AAA gaming, by pushing a message when they really needed to push entertainment first, by pushing exclusion and calling it diversity and inclusion. All this gaslighting, and of course they can only push it so far before the pushback comes, and at some point maybe it'll go in the other way, and well, that's history. Just go back and forth with the different extremes, don't you?
Yeah, it does seem to happen that way. We'll pendulum around. Definitely, I think so. And also, like, every country's political situation is different. Some places the right wing might be the problem, some places the left wing might be the problem. It really just depends on.
I don't think there's anywhere where there's not many places where the right wing is a problem right now. Certainly not in the Western world.
I completely disagree with you. In terms of real politics, I disagree. In terms of like cultural output, no, I agree with you. And if we're talking cultural output, it's almost uniformly leftist ruining things right now.
Yeah, that we can absolutely agree on.
But Dev is upset that his right to kill babies is being infringed upon.
Based.
Now, let's do a few super chats before we move on to the P Diddy thing, because that'll just be funny. A nice little calming topic. Calming. Yes, calming is the correct term for that. Sandum, late. Dev's fault. Commie needs re-education, Arch. We have tried. So far we have failed. We will continue trying. Realsnatak, du også lei av politikerne våre ødelegger posisjonene våre som en diplomatisk makt ved å gi full støtte til terrorister? Virker som utenrikspolitikken vår har blitt gissel for våre nye landsmenn. Listen, I hate my government as much as any human being should. That should be a universally held position. But at the very least, whatever money we are sending to unfortunate parts in the Middle East is being reduced these days, as the Israelis are doing a thumping good job of fixing our own, foreign politics fuck-ups. Zonta, Dev, tell Andre how you lost your trucking license.
I didn't lose my trucking license.
I'm curious now. Well, what happened with your trucking license?
No. I didn't lose my trucking license.
Yeah, that's the retarded part.
Oh, there we go.
Zonta, 49% of Russians want to accept Ukraine's terms. The commies who infiltrated right-wing Twitter and claimed Russia was winning for 2 years seething. Really? Is there a poll on that? Huh. I mean, Russia has not been doing well, so it wouldn't surprise me if they were basically looking at the entire conflict now and going like, we'd rather not. Please. Number 40. At this point, PewDiePie was right. Noah has all the oil and none of the defenses. Sweden should have raided you guys long ago and seized all. Listen, we do have some army, okay? Some. Matej Svezik, hello Arch. Will you play Menace from Hooded Horse? Probably, yes, if it's the one I'm thinking about. Probably, yes. Zero, Dev for world record Dustborn game time. Oh, Dev, will you be the person in the world that will have played the most Dustborn?
Oh, dude, wait, what if I become a Dustborn speedrunner?
Ooh.
I could hold the world record.
Do it, Dev.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna go I'm checking on the world record for Dustborn. Speedrun.com, baby.
Maranga 2. In Spanish, the word taco can also refer to the heel of your foot. Use this information at your own risk. No wonder Lum Lum is so happy with tacos.
No.
Oh, wait, no one's even registered a Dustborn speedrun.
Oh shit, Dev, get on it.
All you have to do then is just register whatever fucking run you have, and as long as you do it in one sitting, and there you go. You are the world record holder of the fastest person who officially beat Dustborn.
Okay,
But that
well.
means you have to play the game in one sitting, and who would want to subject themselves to that?
Let's see, Dustborn is about a 17-hour game for me. Now, that included a couple of lengthy rants about political idiocy. So, if you really buckle down, Dev, I think you could blast through it in like 15 hours, maybe?
Let's see, hold on. Because howlongtobeat.com is also a website. Dustborn, 15 hours. Main story. Completionist, 24 hours if you get everything. Okay.
Right, Dev. Sit down, play Dustborn for 15 hours. Beat it. Get that record. Leave your name in the history books.
Get
No one will ever
therapy
challenge
afterwards.
You get...
Marta Shame. Hail Dev, son of Typhon, despoiler of Pandemonium, first region to be Bell's Arch, the High Lord of the Damned, and Archtyrant of Infernal Hades. Donation to Solius Infernum playthrough with the ArchCast. Oh, God. I don't want to think about trying to teach Solism Infernum to Lumi. That would be aggravating. And Scarf the Strange. Parry mechanics are easy, Arch. Just close your eyes and use the Force. I don't know what that was in relevance to, but thank you. Oh, God, and it scrolls. I wonder if YouTube will ever remove the thing that it scrolls to Superchats and then goes all the way to the bottom.
I love it when that happens.
No one. Dustborn was a game of military-grade boredom. Of course this is a state secret. Yeah, no, actually, that is perhaps the most impressive thing about Dustborn. How boring it was. Like, it's genuinely difficult to stay awake whilst playing that game. That is a rare experience for an interactive medium. The real Zartax. Maybe Putin funded it to destabilize the West. It would be very funny. Although, if anybody funded it privately, I think his name might begin with George rather than Vladimir, but oh well, that's just me.
Yeah, I agree. And
George
also,
Floyd?
if anyone funded that to destabilize the West, that wasn't money well spent because no one played it. So yeah,
And it just brought everybody else closer together.
it did.
Sanguine, as Yorte, is that it's set in the north. You just know it's going to involve the Ainu native population being conquered. The progs are salivating. Oh yes, the ghost of Yorte. Yeah, I'm a little bit suspicious about that one. Female protagonist, lots of new people with very progressive leanings on the team, set in Japan's only area with a quote-unquote native population. You know, in the same way that the Sami are native to Norway, apparently. It's a little bit sus. Axiom Seraph. Poland makes good video/board games, too. Do they? Night Dutchman. Hey Arch, it is the second part of the War Tales Fund. Have you or are you planning to play Darktide now that it has a crafting system completed? No. That game was pretty boring too, unfortunately. Mario Trujillo, Norwegian gov decided to continue the tradition of raiding. They just raid the locals instead of everyone else. And hi, Andre, sorry about your taxes.
Yeah, so am I. So is everyone else in Norway who's aware of what's going on. And yeah, you are unfortunately right. Our government is now right now raiding its own populace. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just waiting for them to reinstitute the death tax. I'm just fucking waiting for it.
I'm pissed off because I just had to pay my Q4 taxes just a couple of days ago, and don't even get me started.
It's always fun when the bill comes. Gigatwin, the show's reboot, Beast War, and Shadow Raiders were made by a Canadian studio called Mainframe, making them Canadian programming, and those were highlights of the late 90s broadcasting in Canada. Reboot. Hold on, Reboot. Wasn't that the one with the really horrible, CGI graphics?
Well, it was good for the time. We're talking mid-90s here.
I mean, I don't know if I'd call it good, but...
Reboot's one of Canada's only, good shows, to be honest. Most of them are shit.
Oh, yeah, that fucking... Now, to be fair, again, that would have been cutting-edge, CGI at the time, but boy... It's interesting looking.
The Uniboob.
Uniboob. Counterstructure. Imagine a Shadow of the Colossus using troll mythos. Yes, we need more Norwegian trolls. That would be good.
That would be cool. That would be very cool.
Okay, so the movie Trolljäger, was it what did we call it? Was it just Troll or was it Trolljägaren?
No, Troll Hunter. Yeah, you're talking about. There's two of them. It's like the recent Netflix movie that's just called Troll. And then in 2009, 2010, thereabouts, there was Troll Hunter, which is the far better of the two, the one with Otto Jespersen.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes, I was lucky enough to actually be at the premiere with that one and have a pint with Otto Jespersen after the movie. That was awesome.
Because that one was actually quite good.
It's a brilliant movie.
Because it manages to kind of feel campy and unserious at the same time as it also feels serious. It's a very nice movie.
Yeah. And what I like about it is that it's actually very Norwegian. And this is my objection against Troll, which is the Netflix movie from, I think, 2 years ago now, which is similarly themed. But that movie has the problem that it basically has the script of an American movie translated into Norwegian and placed in a Norwegian setting. So to me, at least, the movie felt disingenuous, whereas this movie is real. This feels Norwegian, but in a way that's cool and accessible to everyone. Whereas just Troll on Netflix is just generic. Troll Hunter is awesome, and if you haven't seen it, check it out.
Yep, highly recommend Troll Hunter. Very good stuff. Sentinel Rex. Canadian culture equal living off the fat of America, all while holding up their noses at all things they acquire the maintenance of such power. Commies. Is that true, Dev? Is that true?
Pretty much. But that's not communism. That's just being spoiled.
Tord, hei. Hallo fra Haugesund. Hey, I live near there. Doc's live on air. Lord comes to Spartan. Fun fact, for after the stream end, boys, new Text Talks Battletech job today. How goes Barchman, Fish, Commie, and Visitor? I am fine, thank you. Julesetja, it's all the same white yill in Finland. Y-L-E? Y-L in Finland? I don't fucking know. Dreyfy, some of the old Canadians or co-Canadian produced cartoons were pretty good back in the day. Reboot, Beast Wars, Shadow Raiders, etc. Make me also remember the old Canadian heritage moments they used to advertise on TV. Canadian heritage moments on TV. Dev, explain.
You haven't seen those?
No.
I think they're all on YouTube at this point. Let me just look it up real quick.
Well, I'm sorry, Dev, but I don't usually just go on YouTube and go like Canadian heritage. That's rare. It's very rare.
So, yeah. There's a Canadian history channel here. So what happened was, back in the 80s and 90s, the Canadian government funded these 1 minute long commercials that would play on every Canadian TV station, just in the mix with regular commercials, and it would outline. I'll post one in the live links art so you can pull it up. It would just outline a bit of Canadian culture, like things that the important things that Canada contributed to the world. It's like one of those cultural things, right? So they were just really poorly acted. They got the shittiest Canadian actors to do these things. So, for example, there's like a Canadian invented basketball, right? So the story is that the guy the teacher who invented the game stole peach baskets from someone and then cut holes out of the bottom, and then they use those as the first nets, and just the acting is terrible in these, and they've kind of become a cultural staple for my generation of just dumb Canadianisms.
Dumb Canadianisms. Okay. Very well. I did not know that was a thing. Thank you, Dev, for illuminating me. Dreyfy, but yeah, it's welfare for homegrown entertainment. Yes. Mercenaries21, hi everyone. I'm happy to see Andre and Arch talking. I am happy to see that too.
Yeah, so am I. It's hilarious. It's awesome and long overdue.
John McAuliffe, for a very generous 80 Australian. I don't feel like coming up with a tongue twister this morning, so I'll just say good morning, Art and Lumi. And Dev, how are you? It's good to hear you again. Also, I hate the predictive text that YouTube uses. It makes things so much harder. Alright. And that's enough super chats for the time being, because I've been holding myself back, but I really want to talk about P Diddy's 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
So I have to admit,
denying from, because apparently P Diddy's lawyer or something said that he liked buying in bulk and he got it from Costco, and Costco said no, he didn't.
So I'm gonna be honest, guys. I do not know anything about the P Diddy story. What's going on with P Diddy right now?
Oh, none of us know anything. We're just laughing at the celebrities being fucked over.
Yeah,
well,
there's a whole list of celebrities that went to Diddy parties and everything. So apparently he has dirt on almost every single celebrity in Hollywood that went to his parties, because he filmed everything.
Oh yeah, there was the claim that he had secret cameras in every room. Yep. Oh boy, well I'll tell you that if he did have that, well I'll say it now. Diddy didn't do himself.
So is this the usual Hollywood degeneracy? You know, it's like trafficked women, trafficked kids, secret cameras recording celebrities with these victims. You know, the usual thing.
Well, the accusations are on, what's here? Charges related to racketeering and sex trafficking. Like, those are the big ones.
Yeah, it sounds about right, yeah.
The big news, though, is that this is actually now being investigated. Well, and when we say investigated, it's kind of like an open and a shut case, because they wouldn't be doing this if there was any doubt about it. So they obviously have all of the information that is needed, and Diddy, unless he gets killeried on the way there, is going to spend the rest of his life in jail probably. So that's kind of like what's new here, that it's not really being swept under the rug in ways that it has been before. And as Arch was saying, you have video on half of Hollywood and all of the music industry. That's new, and depending on how this goes, this can be huge. This can have massive ramifications, which is why I'm wondering how long it'll be allowed to go before someone pulls an Epstein and decides, no, we're gonna keep the client lists hidden from public view and stuff. I'm curious to how long it's going to be like that. But yeah, no, we don't really have any clear accusations, but we have implications. Then we can imagine what's been going on with all of these bottles and bottles of baby oil. I mean, that's you can have like a lot of backdoor action with Justin Bieber with all of those bottles. Just put it that way.
It's just like from what I've seen, apparently he is going to be testifying at his trial. But then the next thing that I see is that P Diddy is now on suicide watch, and we all know what happened the last time.
Yeah, because he's come forward with lists, some of which have leaked. Like one of the very big names on the list is Prince Harry.
I'm not surprised.
That's one. Lots of other celebrities are implied. God, Dev, help. Implicated. Thank you. And there was also this was funny. So Kim Kardashian threatens legal action after Twitter users accuse her of being involved in the Diddy case. So somebody on Twitter was like, hey, wasn't Kim Kardashian at some of these parties? And she's like, I'll sue you if you repeat that. Like, ooh.
What's that Shakespeare saying? Methinks thou protestest too much, or something like that?
Yes, like what? What went on at these parties exactly?
It's like I know Courtney and stuff went to a few P Diddy parties because the show Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Yeah, no, they like talking like, yeah, I just went to this party. So yeah, no, it's on film that at least Courtney went. I don't know about Kim, but yeah, no, her sister definitely did.
Well, she even spoke about at those parties how everyone was running around naked, which sounds like a wild party, especially when you have all these celebrities. So I'm sure those videos are going to get lots of traction within the FBI.
Within Pornhub.
Well, they have to get leaked first. And that would be the really amazing thing if some of these things leaks. If we get like a Fappening 2.0 here, that'd be something.
Because the allegation was it, the user claimed that Kardashian was used as a lure to attract men in the industry to Diddy's parties, where they would then be drugged and photographed in compromising positions, the results being up for sale to the highest bidder. Okie dokie then.
Well, this is the intelligence way, because, I mean, there's a number of intelligence agencies that do these. I mean, like, for instance, I've even heard, like, in Japan, that Japanese businessmen have to be on the lookout, because this is what Chinese intelligence does to them. So, yeah, this is the Epstein way. This is the, I won't even mention all the names, but yeah, this is the way.
And of course, P. Diddy has been like one of the greats. He was hanging around with a lot of celebrities. Ashton Kutcher, there's a long ass list of all of this. The Kardashians, Oprah's a big one. And then there's Justin Bieber. And you know what? I take back everything negative I've ever said about Justin Bieber. He may have been the avatar of cringe, intolerable young child singers back in the day, but knowing what he probably has gone through, he deserves sympathy, not hatred.
Look at that picture right there. Yeah. I'm amazed that the parents would admit that, but when you look at some of the videos between him and Diddy and how Diddy is complaining, hey, I haven't seen you for a while, and you have this little kid who's like trying to get out of the situation, it was quite clear that, how do I put this, that Diddy was a pain in his ass. Yeah.
It's like, did you see the clip of Diddy just like patting down Justin to see if he had a wire on him?
The fuck? What?
Yeah, you didn't see that?
No.
I'll go looking.
Or he'd probably pat him down anyway, whether he was looking for a wire or not.
Have you guys seen that picture of Justin Bieber recently?
No. Oh boy.
He's like a fucking skeleton.
All right,
Oh
yeah.
my God!
Beamer
what
looks
happened
like
to
he's
him?
he's had a tough life. It looks like.
You're supposed to get fatter when you get married, not skinnier. Are you okay? Can she not cook?
I'm pretty sure she's cooking something. It's just not going to be food.
Uh,
Oh boy. Was it the was it LeBron James? The P Diddy rumors? Huh. Let's see.
And the Ashton Kutcher thing, why that's wild. I mean, that goes beyond just a pain in the ass. I mean, there we're talking potential first-degree murder and abduction and stuff. So, yeah, that's a wild one.
There's some interesting shit going on there. But he claims that he might be, saying names, and considering the charges he's up on, I'm presuming that there's an FBI or CIA agent opposite him going, listen, you either go away for a very long time to a place where there is very little baby oil to ease the penetration, or you start naming names. But the thing is, like, everyone remembers the little black book from the Epstein stuff, right? Nothing ever happened with that.
Well, that was sealed by the courts real quickly. But there's a slightly different angle to this, though. And that is, as my good friend Legal Mindset, who I saw in the chat here earlier, pointed out when he was on our stream. These are celebrities. This is more salacious. It's less scandalous because they're just celebrities, but at the same time, these are names that people know. That's going to create more public interest and more headlines. It's more clickable than politicians, in the case of Epstein, that most people have never heard about, but that still rule all our lives.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? The Epstein Island flight log, it's a bit of a different situation because that's just a flight log, right?
I'm not talking about the flight log.
got...
I'm talking about Ghislaine Maxwell's book of clients.
Right. I mean, that's still in court. We'll see where that goes, right? We'll have to see. But I know everyone wanted people who, like, I recall seeing people, years ago, wanting everyone on the flight log arrested, and I'm like, that's ridiculous, because I'm sure a lot of those people on that flight log were flying off to Epstein's Island to do some weird things with kids. Not all of them were, obviously, because being on a flight log is itself not a crime. So it's one of those things where I don't know.
But being implicated in a crime is grounds for arrest.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the thing is like, when it comes to something like this, everyone is looking for whatever they can get, right? Like, if someone is on Epstein's flight log and didn't actually do anything in reality, but they're there, there's going to be people online screaming for their head, right? And for me, it's like, listen, you need actual proof that something actually went badly with a specific person to charge them with something.
Sure, absolutely. But the thing is, too, though, this is one of those system thingies. And P. Diddy is now in jail, and he's going to talk, and we'll see if he lives, and we'll see if any of those testimonies actually reach daylight. We'll see. But they must have something on him, because as Andre says, you don't arrest P. Diddy without having one hell of a case.
And listen, we've been hearing about this for 6 months now? That's how long ago that I first started hearing about the stuff that he's being arrested for. And what I heard was far more salacious than anything that we have heard in court documents, which tells me that there already has been some kind of compromises made here. Which, of course, because that means that someone is willing to let him go. How are they willing to let him go to jail? Who can he name? But I hope for his sake that the security cameras are working at all times.
Yep.
Put it that way.
If I was
They
Diddy,
weren't,
I'd head to the library
FTP.
and get a degree in security cam repairing.
Yeah.
Oh, God. it's one of those mad things. Like Hollywood. See, this is one of those things you see in like virtually every like society. Once you eventually begin building up a adequately entrenched group of the rich and the powerful, they get the ability to get pretty much whatever they want. Like, women were never a problem for P. Diddy once he got famous. Money and all the baby oil he could use was not a problem. And then you start looking for more interesting things as you grow bored of those things. And Hollywood's been this way for decades now. Like, the shit that's probably gone on behind the scenes. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's the moment when you have the power to force others to do stuff that they don't want. I mean, okay, fine. So you're a superstar and you can get all the women that you want. And men, in his case, because there's a lot of gay stuff in here as well. Not there's anything wrong with that as long as it's consensual. But this is kind of like the big thing, that this goes way beyond the consensual. And much of that baby oil allegedly was for not entirely consensual stuff. And that's when you start getting into potential legal trouble the day any of this gets out, especially if so much gets out at the same time. Well, that's kind of like what happens here. The chickens come home to roost.
Yep.
And the baby oil just makes it all the worse.
And this is also sort of evidenced by the fact that none of his friends have come to his defense. Like, if the Canadian police comes to Dev's house tomorrow and takes Dev away on allegations of, I don't know, violent sexual abuse against the local moose population, I will at least initially defend Dev on the assumption that he hasn't raped any moose. But nobody's defending Diddy. Nobody is.
You know what they're doing instead? They're deleting their social media profiles. What's that tell you? Because remember, like with the actor who played Kang the Conqueror in the MCU movies, the moment that the allegations came out against him, no one came out to defend him either, because they all knew that he was guilty. But at the same time, no one deleted all their social media. Whereas now, one celebrity account after the other has just poof, gone. And then they come back again with their entire history deleted.
Yep. They're very clearly they're disassociating as hard as they can.
Indeed. So it's not just that they're not saying anything, they're not coming out in his defense, they're clearing out their own evidence as well. At least what's instantly visible.
As let's see here too. I found this. So the charges are up to life in prison, apparently. And he has been denied bail. Yes, life in prison.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus! So yeah, if it's that high, he probably
it is.
There's got to be some evidence against him, you know, like
The
more that I've looked into how the court system works in the States, the more that I realize that once the prosecution files an indictment, that is basically a statement of, this is what we have evidence to prove. Like, we are not afraid of saying that we can prove this, and if this goes to court, we will prove this, which is much different than like someone saying something on Twitter or someone saying something in a press conference or whatever, right? Like, an indictment's pretty serious. So if they're bringing charges, they probably have something.
Ooh, shit. They also found 3 AR-15s, which in of itself isn't that bad, but the serial numbers were scratched off.
Not surprised.
Oh.
Yeah,
that is bad.
That's not a good thing, because that means he's in possession of 3 illegal firearms.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that's multiple charges in and of itself, because you're charged both for the possession of the illegal firearms and for the act of actually removing the serial number.
So,
plus, you are now instantly a suspect, and who knows how many drive-bys.
Yep.
Yeah. I guess the question now is, do we expect, right-leaning libertarians to suddenly come to the defense of P Diddy? Because they tend to view any sort of gun restriction as an infringement of the Second Amendment.
I don't think so, because I think sex crimes outweighs the gun thing.
Yeah, I think so too. Plus, there's also the added appeal of sticking it to a Hollywood celeb, which they tend not to like, you know?
And there's also like the registration thing. I don't know that much about the more extreme sides of the gun rights, but that seems like a relatively decent minimum requirement. Like, don't file the fucking registration number off, because otherwise you can't even prove if it's legal.
Actually, if you talk to like the hardcore Second Amendment people in the States, they tend to hate the idea of gun registries at all. They think that the government should not keep track of who owns what guns. That it should just be a property that you own and then you can use just like anything else you buy.
Yeah, but anything else you buy, the government also pretty much keeps track of. Well, at least serious
stuff.
Like
a TV or something. Not if it's like a TV. You
know? Oh no, I don't know about in the U.S., but in Norway, oh yeah, the government knows if you own a fucking TV.
Oh, they do.
Okay, do you remember those TVs that were around for a very short time that had a camera in it so you can use Skype to call your family on your TV?
Oh my god, yeah, that shit was not very popular.
I don't think we got that in Norway.
It sounds familiar, but it sounds like something that came and went really, really quickly.
Yeah, it wasn't around for very long. It's like it was like out of the public eye after a couple months, actually.
Yeah,
I mean, we all know our devices are spying on us, but I like to believe that they're only listening rather than actually watching through a camera. But hey.
That's a whole other rabbit hole to go down. But what I do know, though, is America tends to not have a lot of the centralized systems that other liberal democracies have, for better and worse, right? So, for example, I had to look into something for a video a few months back, and I found out that America doesn't have a centralized land registry, the way that like Canada does or most democracies do. In fact, they just like have decentralized deed systems where if you have a piece of paper that says you own a plot of land, then you own it, and there's nothing tracking it at Washington, right? And this is mainly by design because Americans don't trust the federal government, so in some cases they don't trust the state government. So a lot of these more centralized like record keeping systems just don't exist in the States, which makes things kind of hard to deal with sometimes when it's like discovering who owns what piece of land, which is, by the way, why Americans currently have a squatter problem. Because in some jurisdictions, squatters can show up, claim they own the land, and you can't go down to the land registry office like in Canada and be like, oh, well, who actually owns it? You can't do that because there is no office, right? So it's decentralization has its good and bad sides. It's not just the libertarian utopia. It doesn't work like that.
Well, in terms of the squatting, there's a little bit more to it, because you have the same problem in Spain, where I'm at right now, and there you do have like centralized owning, like the government knows exactly who owns what land, but they still have a squatting problem because you have other legislation that makes that an issue. And I think that it's the same thing in the States. Some of those squatters, there is no doubt that they do not actually own it. But you have other legislation, which means that it's very difficult to get rid of them the moment they basically get inside, whether they own it or not.
So the issue ultimately is how long it takes for property to be considered abandoned, right? Because in Quebec it's 30 years. In Louisiana it's 30 years, because in the French system it was 30 years, and those are two locations that are descended from French law. In New York it's 30 days, right?
So if you're not 30 days?
Yeah. So if you're not in your house for a month, your house is considered legally potentially abandoned, and if a squatter comes up and sits in it, it is a long process to get them out of it. So like in 30 days, like I understand the idea that, oh, there's a piece of property that's been abandoned for years and years and years, and nature's reclaiming it, and maybe it would be good for the community if somebody else took it over. I understand the logic, and 30 years, I get it. 30 days sounds fucking ridiculous. Like that's like a holiday. If you go overseas for a month, oh shit, you lost your house. Like it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, I don't know the details, but that sounds more accurate. And you have some of that in Spain as well, where if you rent to someone, you run the risk of not being able to get rid of them, even if they stop paying.
Hmm. I know what happens in a lot of these cases is you'll have squatters go into a house. They'll forge a document saying that they're renting it from you. They'll present that document to the police, and now it becomes a tenant issue. And tenants have rights because you can't just evict them for no reason. So now you have to go through the whole process, even though you never actually rented to them. It's the ridiculous things that squatters' rights laws have allowed.
Yeah.
And honestly, a lot of these problems are solved by having a federal centralized land registry. Australia solved the problem years ago. Canada solved the problem years ago. We don't have squatters' rights problems in Canada. We have other problems. We have some very serious problems, but we don't have a squatter problem here.
But they do in Spain, and they do have that centralized property agency. So then it's the other laws that are the issue, more so than centralized landowner registry.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of different laws at play here, right? Because if you have laws that just say you are allowed to squat on a property, that's obviously bad. But
Yeah.
if you have squatters that are taking advantage of the wiggle room and the ambiguity of are you a tenant versus are you not a tenant, that's a little bit different, right? Because that's what's happening in the States right now. And it doesn't happen in Canada because we have different tenant laws and we also have different land registry laws. Like there are multiple ways to solve this problem. It's just that America tends not to do any of them because they require a centralized solution, some type of centralized solution, and Americans tend to not trust centralized solutions.
I mean, I think my solution is probably a little bit on the extreme side, but just go back home, claim someone broke into your house, shoot. Oh no, my life is threatened.
Like you walk into
That's
your house
just
and you're
me.
like, "Oh my God, someone who broke into my house while I was gone." Just blow them away,
Yes.
basically.
Well, she has a point because there's different states where you have that problem. Like you have that problem in New York. I don't know that you have that squatter problem in Texas, and none of them have this centralized the property stuff. So adding that wouldn't actually solve anything when there's other rules and regulations which are the ones enabling the problem. Again, reference Spain, they have the centralized agency database, whatever, but you have other rules and regulations which enable the problem, and they are the ones that needs to be fixed to take care of it.
No, I get that. I get that. But sometimes the problem comes about because of ambiguity. Because if
Oh,
you
it's
call the
always
government up,
ambiguity, but in which
well,
laws?
yeah. But like the way it's often handled here is you call up the government, you say, okay, who actually owns this house, and the government goes through the list and says, oh, these guys own this house, and there's okay, and then the police go and kick out the other person. That doesn't happen in New York because it doesn't exist in New York, right? So the database doesn't exist. I know right now there's a super chat just came in saying, Dev, you're wrong. U.S. deeds are public record and online most of the time. You can learn who owns any piece of property and how to contact them. That's not quite true because I remember I looked into this for a video. You can get a deed reproduced, but a centralized land registry will list all of the prior owners of the land and how much the land was bought and sold for to who and at what time, right? A deed simply says who owns the land right now. So if you for example claim a new homestead, if there was like unclaimed land in the states, right, and you claimed a new homestead using like the Lockean principle, um, America would simply just issue you a blank new deed saying, okay, here's your homestead, here's where you live, this is your land, away you go. And that's what they did back during the Age of Expansion. Um, but the deed doesn't show the history of who owns it. Because for example, if you squat in a house long enough, and like this like squatters, you can go to like squatter areas online and find all this stuff out. But like listen, if you can like squat in a house for like 5 years in some places in the states and act like you live there, get a cell phone bill sent there, repair windows when they get broken, act like a homeowner, you can then go to the government and apply for a deed, and the government will give you a deed. And because it doesn't have that traced history of who's lived there all this time, the deed becomes legally valid, which is how the squatter stuff works. So it is yeah, things are more simple than you guys are saying in the chat right now, for sure. Or sorry, they're more complicated. Sorry.
And still, there's a state issue because you have the problem in New York, don't have it in Texas. Well, certainly it's worse in some states than in others, which tells me that there's some local legislation on top of centralized deeds, which is the real issue.
I think it's a combination of both. I mean, the fact
Oh, for sure.
that Louisiana does have a more centralized system has contributed to the fact that it doesn't have a squatters problem the same way that New York and California does.
Dev just wants to live in other people's houses.
Based. Why not?
We were talking about something, and then Dev started talking about how he should be allowed to steal other people's homes, and now I'm confused.
Somehow we got from P Diddy to Dev wanting to live in other people's houses.
I like how the chat was saying, is Dev justifying squatters stealing homes? No, I'm not, guys. I'm okay. Listen, you guys need to understand something. When I'm describing a situation, I'm not saying a situation is good, okay? I am not pro squatters' rights, just so we're all fucking clear.
Dev was talking about how he didn't want to live in P. Diddy's basement anymore, and wanted to live somewhere else.
Well, actually, you should go to P. Diddy's basement and say, "This is mine. I'm squatting here. P. Diddy, get out." That's what you should be doing. That'd be more
I mean,
fun.
there's enough baby oil down there where Dev can get through doors seamlessly.
Honestly,
Yeah, you can even go and say, "Hey, there's the oil. It's mine now."
Figure out whatever properties P. Diddy owns and go to them, because he's not going to be home for a while. If you're lucky, you'll get $1 million home.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And many people actually have really worked for those houses. I mean, they really put their asses on the line for them. So getting a house is the least they can do. So, yeah.
Yeah.
There's another super chat here, just to me. No centralized anything, Dev. That's guaranteed corruption. You will never convince me or others like me that anything centralized will not be... We said centralized. Dude, that's a different word, man. Centralized is not centralized. But I get it. Will not be used against us. Okay, like, I get it, all right? This is what I mean by Americans naturally distrusting centralization. I understand, Nazi Germany was a highly centralized government. It was an evil government. I understand, all right? However, if you think that you can live, like, the ANCAP dream of everyone having their own little decentralized plots of land that you defend with your shotgun or whatever. No, you are going to be rolled over by China so fucking quickly. It's not even going to be, it's going to be laughable how easily you fall, all right? You do need some sort of centralized state, at the very least, to stand up to other centralized states. This is why anarchy is fucking retarded, guys, all right?
Dev on his statism arc again.
Yes, listen, all right? My state good, your state bad. That's how it is.
Very well. I will continue with the super chats then. And we'll see if the chat has any other dumb topics we can delve into. Zero, UK wrecked our shipbuilding. Now the North is poor. England always needed to be poor. England isn't poor because of anything the reason why England is poor is because they rejected Viking rule. If we were still in control of England, you would have our access to our oil reserves, but you rejected us. Now suffer.
Exactly.
Nathan Cassidy, big LPers have never really drove sales. I forgot the name, but there was a dev who had a genetic octopus platformer featured on PewDiePie's channel and later complained how it didn't sell. I mean, there are also examples of games that do sell, like Five Nights at Freddy's was basically created by the LP community, so it depends.
So, I think the difference is paying off one large creator to play your game for one stream versus getting together 1,000 middle-sized creators to play it. That's the difference, and I think games companies haven't figured that out yet. If you can find a handful of 500 viewer Andes and pay them to play through your game multiple days, that'll get you a lot more than Hassan playing it once.
Quite possibly. Oh yeah, that was what I was thinking of. Dev, you had thing about JD Vance. Did you find anything on that?
We can talk about it if you want, sure.
Yeah, did you find anything on it? Dev, I told you to go find source.
I posted it.
Where?
Right, it's the second link in the links chain, live links.
Oh, God damn it, Dev.
Yeah.
Why would you make this
Elon
so complicated?
Musk's
I'm going to scroll up now.
Blocks access links to hacked JD Vance dossier. Yeah, people are comparing this story to the Hunter Biden story because It's it's right before an election. It's clearly negative about one candidate over another, and Twitter's decided to ban its release, and ban people talking about it. But now it's going the other way.
All right. Clip sends account citing violence, sharing personal information, for sharing events links. Okay, so you mentioned that this did include some personal information, so I guess that's what they're blocking it for?
I think so, yes. So it's a 271-page dossier that was it's opposition research compiled by the Trump campaign, focusing on Vance's public statements. Many of these statements are from 2016, and they actually include strong criticisms of Trump from that time, because Vance didn't like Trump 8 years ago. However, part of the leaked document contains parts of Vance's social security number, his home addresses in both Ohio and Washington, D.C., and other personal details. So, when it was dropped on Twitter by this reporter, Ken Klippenstein, Twitter banned them, saying that the journalists had violated platform rules by posting unredacted private personal information. Okay. And then Elon Musk specifically said the document leak is one of the most egregious evil doxing actions, and he's raising concerns about the security of political figures. And you know what? Fair enough. There's that example of Nancy Pelosi's husband getting brained by a home intruder. So, I understand the concern of you don't want people showing up to the private houses of politicians and attacking them. That's ridiculous. So I get it. Obviously the private address of Vance shouldn't have been included in this, but nonetheless, because it's 271 pages, and because everything outside of his address and the social security stuff is newsworthy and relevant, I wonder if a redacted version of this document will be allowed on Twitter, or if it's now just completely blacklisted.
Well, so Klippenstein claimed that he defended his actions in a follow-up post in his newsletter. He argued that he did not post any private information directly on X, but simply linked to his article on Substacks, which contained the hacked dossier. That's an incredibly poor defense.
Well, to be fair, that's yeah, but it's the same defense that was used for the Hunter Biden laptop, right? Because
yeah, but did it contain his personal information?
I don't know. It depends how personally you want to get about Hunter Biden.
I don't think that was ever used in the Hunter Biden that, this has his personal information. No. The argument against Hunter Biden was completely materially different. Here, there is no denying that this thing is real. I'm not too familiar with this, but what they're saying right here is that this guy, he released a document which contains personal information. As you said, this has been used, or you don't want that to get out because you might have another repeat of Pelosi's husband, right?
Yeah.
The Hunter Biden story wasn't about that. There you have the entire intelligence community essentially declaring for no reason at all that this was Russian disinformation, which it wasn't. They were denying the validity of the entire leak in whole. It wasn't, we can't release this because it has this and this personal information. No, this is all fake. Pay no attention to it. No one even write about this. And the edict went out to everyone. Yeah, and that's the difference here. No one is denying that this thing exists or that it's real.
So do you think that if this report were reposted but without Vance's address and etc., it would be allowed by Twitter, you think?
We will never know. But I'm inclined to believe probably yes, and here's why. Because if that had been redacted and it got posted on Twitter, it's going to get posted everywhere else as well, and then it's completely stupid to deny it on just X, because that would show too much of a political bias, I guess. But we will never know now, because now the information is already out there.
So hold on. So someone
I would hope.
So someone in the chat said that it was redacted and it's already allowed back on Twitter. Okay, well there you go, right?
Oh, there you go then. Okay, yeah. Problem solved. Now we know.
Yeah. In the same vein, though, I mean, do you guys remember how long it took for the Hunter Biden laptop story to return to Twitter?
After the election, when it didn't
No.
matter anymore.
Nope, before.
Let's see, because it was blocked, because the FBI came, knocked on the door.
So this is something that I looked into recently. Now, to be fair, it took them less. It took them more than half a day. It took them half a day to do this. It took Twitter just under 2 days to bring the Hunter Biden laptop story back onto Twitter, and it took Facebook 5 days and by the way, they only banned one link. It was to the New York Post's article. It wasn't to every single outlet that actually covered it. It was only to the New York Post. So I don't like either of these situations, by the way. More information is always good, in my opinion, as a general rule. But I think we can say that, it was taken down, it was redacted, it was put back up. Sounds like Twitter acted fairly. I think Twitter bringing the Hunter Biden laptop story back as well was also good, even though most people forget that fact. It did happen. That was also good. So fair enough.
Well, way to go, Elon! Just showing that he really stands by freedom of speech, and this really only was about personal information. If it's redacted, it's back up. Good. That's what should happen.
It does appear like that.
Okay, there are people in the chat saying, "So, Dev, was that after the 24-hour news cycle?" It's like, okay, do you guys not remember the Streisand effect? All right. One of the main reasons we still talk about the Hunter Biden laptop story today is because it was banned in the first place. That got Streisand affected to shit, and we all know it.
Yeah, but the Streisand effect does not remove the malicious intent of holding it.
Well, sure. But I don't buy the whole, like, oh man, if they didn't ban the story, then Trump would have won in 2020. I don't believe that shit for a second. That's all just cope.
Well, that's kind of like besides the point, though, because now you're making the argument, oh, if it didn't change the election, it was fine. It's still an attempt at election interference, and that's the problem, not whether or not it would have materially changed the outcome. Because otherwise, you're saying.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it was therefore fine to do. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply pushing back against the people who think that Trump would have won in 2020 otherwise, because I think that's not true.
That may very well be the case, but that doesn't change anything about what was done to suppress the story.
I agree with you there.
So, Dev BTFO'd yet again.
In what way, Arch?
I don't know. I'm assuming the Dev was like, this is just the same thing. The right is doing the bad thing that the left did, but it didn't do it.
Well, hold on. I didn't even say that, Arch.
Ah, Dev.
When
did I say that you said it? I'm just projecting upon you now.
You just said it now! Listen, Arch, I think you will say whatever is the funniest narrative that gets you the most super chats, and I respect it.
Well, no, sometimes I just say whatever makes you sound bad because I like needling you. It's not always just for economic reasons. Sometimes it is pure malice.
I mean, they're linked up, too. Usually when I get needled, you get super chats.
Yeah, like I bully Lum for liking feet. Nobody pays me for that. I do that out of the charity of my own heart.
You did that yesterday when we weren't doing shit. We were just in call. And you're like, Lum, feet. And I'm like, shut up. He does it for free because he enjoys it.
That as well. But yeah, I'm actually kind of interested to see what's in the opposition research, because J.D. Vance, I don't like him as a fucking pick. I really don't. I don't. There's something about him, and he's said too many things that it's like it feels like the Republicans are trying to lean more into what they perceive to be the next part of the Republican movement, kind of like a new Republican right wing or something. And like, oh. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure that politics is ready for that just yet.
So here's
the thing. With Tulsi.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard. I wouldn't have minded it.
Yeah, Trump should have gone with Tulsi Gabbard. That was the best choice he could have made. I am disappointed that he didn't. And sorry, Dev, I did not mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's fine. I understand. I was all on board with Nikki Haley, man. I was ready. I was full Nikki Haley simping. All right, I was ready for it, but it was not to be. I think what's happening right now, basically, is that Trump is realizing that whether he wins or loses in 2024, by 2028 he's done. I don't even think, like, even if he wanted to actually unironically become Emperor of America and change the Constitution and have like 18 different terms, he's an old man, like he's approaching 80 at this point, isn't he? Or is he 81? Like I don't remember how old Trump is, but he's getting pretty old. Um, I saw a graph comparing like his his various pit stops and like public appearances during the 2016 election cycle to right now. It's been 8 years and he's gotten older. It's like he's doing way less stuff. Fair enough, right? I mean, it happens to all. This isn't an insult, by the way. It happens to all of us. It's just how it is. So Trump is clearly looking to hand the reins of the populist right off to somebody else. I like how the chat's already saying this is tedious. This isn't tedious. I'm describing what's going on, guys. Come on, be a little bit smarter, okay?
Think in live links.
Let's see. What is it?
A lot of people do like Haley more than Trump.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing: is Haley is a neocon. She is the previous iteration of the right wing that basically ran from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump, and they're kind of on the outs right now in the Republican Party. I know there's
they've all gone to join Kamala. That's the neocon party right now. It's the Democrat Party. I mean, you even have Dick Cheney, who is the king of the neocons, who goes and supports Kamala. Why is that?
Sure, yeah.
You are quite right that they're on the oust. But the forces that were the fundamental neocons, they have right now shifted their allegiance towards the Democrat Party. That's their funding. That is the new people that fight for the military-industrial complex and the people who are all about the eternal war. They are the neocons, and so that's where their allegiance is. There's no room for them in the MAGA party, of course.
Yeah, see, I don't think that the Democrats are funding them necessarily, but I do think that neocons are more aligned with your average Democrat than they are with your average MAGA person, because the MAGA people, basically took over the Republican Party from the inside out. They co-opted the whole mechanism. And whatever old Republican loyalists still remain, I've heard a few stories that they're basically just like, they're hoping that Trumpism dies or that like they're not completely destroyed by this, right? Because the populist right has basically overtaken from the inside out, just taken over the Republicans. So, the neocons and the more center right voters, they seem to be politically homeless right now, and a lot of them are choosing to hold their nose and vote for a Democrat over supporting Trump. So we'll see where that goes in the future. We have to see, but basically, I think what's happening is Trump knows that win or lose, this is the end for him politically. And so for 2028, he wants to hand the reins of the populist right off to somebody else. And I mean, who's he going to choose? It's not going to be his previous vice president, Mike Pence. Mike Pence has already disavowed him for a whole bunch of different reasons. And Mike Pence was a neocon. It's not going to be any older neocon in the Republican Party who was, on side until the election. Then they kind of all turned their back on him. It's going to be someone who's young and new and who is philosophically more aligned with the new right. And that would be a guy like J.D. Vance. Because, I mean, I don't know if you know anything about J.D. Vance, Arch, but I mean, his book, Hillbilly, is it Hillbilly Elegy? I forget the name of it.
Hillbilly Elegy, yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that J.D. Vance he's good friends with the neo-reactionaries, and I know he and Moldbug have each other's phone numbers. There's a new philosophical right wing that's been kind of boiling over for the past 20 years. Just writing in online spaces, and Vance is probably their most mainstream representative. So I think it kind of had to be someone like Vance, despite the fact that he's not too great of a public speaker.
I mean, you're making me like him more now, because anything to replace the current year conservatism.
Yeah, see, I disagree. I am full on with the neocons, man. You know what? I never thought I'd say this, being an Iraq War supporter, but at this point, yeah, I'll take a neocon. Fuck it, let's go.
Oh, you already have a neocon in office right now.
Wait, who? Wait, what do you mean?
No, you already have neocons in office right now. I mean, that's what the Biden administration is. They're neocons. That's what
Isn't
Kamal would continue to be.
Biden a neo-lib?
No, he's a neocon. He may call himself a neolib, but it's the same party as Bush was in the early 2000s. It's all about forever wars. He
I'm
may
not
call
sure about
himself
that,
a lib.
but you know
Financial
what?
policy, that may be extreme liberal, but foreign policy, that's neocon all the way.
You know what? Based.
It's like
Yes.
I
Yeah,
know
no,
for a
yes,
while
yes.
I've been
American empire good. Yes.
I honestly think instead of JD Vance it should be Vivek, honestly.
You think so?
Yeah, or like even them just partnering up. Something like that. Because I know Vivek he's actually been hosting a weekly, almost daily podcast just talking about, what's going on in the political climate lately. He's been talking with guests that are in and out of politics. He's been doing things more on the back end and not, drumming up a bunch of attention. He is working more in the grassroots type of way, more than like putting on a show.
I think Vivek
And in
would probably get like
2000
a cabinet position if Trump wins,
Oh, for sure. And in 2028, he may very well be running. Because I think you are right. I do not think that Trump is going to go for anything more than one term here. But I do believe that come 2028, there's probably going to be an open convention at the Republican side, unless Vance completely and utterly nails it and everyone starts loving him over the next 4 years. If that doesn't happen, open convention. And then probably both Vivek and Tulsi are all back in play.
And I think
either way.
I think if Kamala beats Trump, that might actually just spell the end for the populist right. Because I think the Republicans will be like, listen, we've now ran this guy twice and it's fallen apart twice now. We can't do it a third time,
Oh, yes. Dev.
Yes? What?
No, I think you said something dumb and I'm reacting to it.
What did I say?
No.
I agree that was really dumb.
If Kamala beats Trump in 2024,
there is no way that will de-radicalize the Republican Party on the right. They will only get more. Yes,
the
exactly.
MAGA party is going to be 10 times as strong if that happens. And Trump is gradually going to be replaced, and he's going to be replaced by an army of Viveks and Tulsis and Rogans and Tuckers. You think that's going to be anything less radical? Hell no. They're going to be more powerful than ever, even without Trump.
Yeah.
Because when Trump retires or is gone, you know what he is then? He's a symbol.
Yep. No, because we've seen this in our neighboring country, Sweden, time and time again. During the elections, all the other Swedish parties have come together to fuck over the Swedish Democrats. It has happened like the last 4 or 5 elections. It doesn't decrease their popularity, it only increases it. As people see is that, okay, well shit, we're going to have to vote these guys in with a resounding majority, otherwise they'll never get power.
I mean, maybe. That can go both ways, though. I've seen it happen both ways, where like, a populist party has this upswing of support, then they start losing, and then they lose steam, and then the populists all kind of fall off and do something else. Happens all the time.
Sure, but this isn't like some brief flash in the pan thing. This has been going for a while now.
I mean, kinda.
Not to mention the problems that, here's the thing. The bigger thing is the problems that encourage this movement aren't going to go away. And therefore the movement isn't going to go away.
Just look at the last 4 years. The situation that caused the MAGA movement to rise in the first place is 10 times worse now than it was in 2020. Which is why you even have people that voted against Trump before who are now openly saying, I'm going to vote or crawl over glass to do it right now.
Yeah, but I've heard the opposite from people too. People who voted Trump in 2020 who won't be voting them in 2024. But those are just anecdotes. I think the economic situation would be more or less the same, regardless of who won 2020. Because the COVID lockdowns. No, absolutely, 100%. I will stake everything on it, absolutely. Because the COVID lockdowns did so much, and the lockdown started under Trump, and Trump actually did a lot of the COVID spending himself before Biden even took office. So I think we would have a similar economic situation, regardless of whether it was Trump or Biden who won 2020. So
No, it wouldn't, and I can tell you why. And that's
okay. Tell me
because
about it.
the bulk of the spending, all of that maximum spending and printing of new dollars, and this is the lead cause of the inflation, is very, very simple. We have the same thing in Norway as well. When you print a shit ton of new money and you pump that into the economy, you get inflation, and then you get stagflation. That's exactly what has happened. And yeah, the lockdown started under Trump. I'm not arguing that, but the printer presses for new money, oh, that went amok under Biden, and that is what has really killed off the American economy by way of inflation. That's a Biden thing. Absolutely. Yeah, there were some things that started already during Trump which led to it. I'm not denying that. But all of these stimulus packages that came later, in addition to just printing more and more and more and more money, that is absolutely what led to the inflation. And what is going to make it even worse is something that has happened in the last 6 months, namely the end of the petrodollar. That could never, ever in hell have happened under Trump. That could only happen when America has lost esteem and respect around the world, which has happened under Biden, and especially when Saudi Arabia no longer respects or fears the American president, which is what happened when Biden came in. You just need to look at interviews, videos. They all tremble in front of Trump, and they would never even contemplate ending the petrodollar. Do you know what the petrodollar is?
I do, but before you go off on that one, I want to talk about the first point that you made, because this is not me being rude. I'm just going to be direct. You're factually wrong.
Go for it.
You're factually wrong. I'll post this in live links so you can see it. Okay, this is the national debt. You can see very cleanly. When Trump passed.
Well, before you guys start slap fighting each other, I am probably going to step away for a little bit. I got to go run to the store because I wasn't aware I was out of something that I needed for dinner. So I'll probably be back in about 20 minutes or so.
All right, you have fun clapping your feet against the pavement, Lum Lum.
Shut up, Arch. I will hurt you. All right. Yeah. Have fun hitting each other with policies and whatever.
Yep.
I'm not talking about national debt. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about printing dollars.
Yeah, national, that is part of it though, right? So when you look at the national debt, all right, the COVID, the CARES Act and other COVID relief, that's $3.6 trillion. That was money that was raised and spent under Trump, and a lot of that was printing dollars to get that money to spend it. The American Rescue Plan under Biden was $2.1 trillion. All right, so Trump spent about double the amount that Biden did. And this is what's important, okay? Because when it comes to how inflation works through the economy after you print a bunch of money, it takes about 2 years for inflation to start to kick in, right? So Trump spends a shit ton of money in 2020. When does the inflation crisis start? 2022, right? 2 years after Trump spends all this COVID money. And like, listen, you look at Biden's American Rescue Plan. That's a lot of money too. There's a lot of blame to go around here. But if you're talking about who's printing money and who's driving America's economy into the dirt, that was Trump. And now maybe we can even make the argument that maybe it was all necessary because of COVID. All right, fair enough. But if we're going to talk about, if you genuinely believe that all the COVID spending was unnecessary and it ruined America and by extension the rest of the West, you have to blame Trump, at least in part.
Yeah, I am blaming him and Trump. I even said that before. I'm not disputing that much of the inflation that come later started there. I even addressed that explicitly. What you are showing right here, this is what I was referring to when I said that. So in this, we are actually in complete agreement. I am not saying anything about the spending during the lockdowns and everything. Complete agreement with everything that you show here. What isn't shown here, which is what I'm saying, is how much money has been printed since then. That is not in these graphs. I do not have any graphs to show that, but
way ahead of you.
That you'll be able to find. more money was printed during the Biden administration. That is something that made the situation worse. What also has made it worse is increasing fuel prices, and that is a direct result of the Green New Deal, which makes things better. Yeah, here you have it. 80% of all US dollars in existence were printed in the last 22 months. This is a
Hold on a
Biden
second.
thing. And this article is from 2021, and it's gotten worse since then.
Wait,
That's the main driver of inflation.
you mentioned the Green New Deal. Did the Green New Deal even pass?
Oh, yes, it absolutely did. And also many
Let me
parts were
see.
all even included into other rescue packages, which also further helped to devalue the dollar and drive inflation. So, of course, the Trump administration has
AOC's
a lot
Green
to
New
do
Deal
with
didn't
this.
pass, at least.
No, I'm not talking about AOC's Green New Deal. I'm talking about other green policies which were pushed in other rescue packages in other bills, because this is typically the way that you do it, right? You want some kind of COVID relief to pack, well, then you have to put other kind of legislation in with it. This is the way that it's done, both on the Republican and Democratic side. Much of the Green New Deal was actually included into other COVID rescue bills, which is why they are so massively huge, and which is why you no longer drill for in America, you no longer do any fracking and stuff like that, all of which has served to massively increase the fuel prices,
Right. And
which is
how
the
many of
energy
those?
cost.
Well,
That
hold on, hold
affects
on.
everything.
How many of those bills were signed by Trump, though?
None. These are all post-Trump. These are all Biden bills.
Well, yeah, but if I mean, I showed you that debt chart, right? And Trump spent
Yeah, and I
more.
agree with that.
Okay, okay. Oh no, I understand. I understand that
That's a
you agree
different
with it.
thing.
No, they're
Yeah, I agree
related.
with that.
But they're related. Okay, so when the government prints money and then spends it, they spend it in bills like this, right? So like the government, if the government prints a bunch of money and then just like leaves it in an office somewhere, that doesn't do anything to the economy. The money has to actually go out into the economy and then be given out to companies or given out to individuals
That's
so that it
when
can
you
be
get
spent.
inflation.
Yes, that is when you get inflation. But that chart that I showed you of the net 10-year debt that's been approved, that is the action of spending the money that has been printed, right? So when it shows that Trump spent $8.4 trillion and Biden spent $4.3 trillion, what that means is that a bunch of money was printed and Trump spent more printed money than Biden did.
The difference is that Biden spent newly printed money. Trump spent some newly printed money, but mostly already extant money. And that combined with the newly printed money, that of course drove some of the inflation, which I never argued. I even agree with you on that point and that shot, and I'm not defending that in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. But most of the Biden spending is actually newly printed money. And that really took the inflation, which already started under Trump, not disputing that, but it kicked it into the high gear. And it was made worse by other green policies, which made America less energy self-reliant, forcing more export and just more strain on the system.
So one thing I
So
want to point out with that
mistakes were
graph,
made
though.
all around.
Sure, yeah, I completely agree. Mistakes are made all around. I agree with you there. But if you look at that graph, it's labeled net 10-year debt approved. So what that means is that when Trump's administration passed a bill and Trump signed it, and it set aside however many trillion dollars, that would be spent over the course of 10 years, right? So even when Biden came into office, the government was legally bound to spend X amount of dollars that Trump put into place because it's a 10-year spending package, right? So even then, like the reason that the graph is laid out like this is because that shows that Biden himself has laid out 4.3 trillion in spending over the next 10 years. And then Trump himself laid out 8.4 trillion in spending over the next 10 years. But because Trump didn't win in 2020, some of that Trump spending necessarily had to happen during Biden's years. The government was legally bound to do that. So I don't think you can just say, well, like, you can't just say, well, it turns out that 80% of all dollars were printed during Biden's administration. Yeah, okay.
You
But,
can, because that's what
but
happened. That
it
is
is
what
what happened.
happened.
No,
He
I agree
did
with
the
you. It is
printing
what happened.
press.
It is what happened. But who signed the bill that made spending that required? Trump signed most of those bills because it takes 10 years for these bills to work through.
Yeah, and who were the one that later decided to keep on printing rather than keep on reallocating the already extant money? Again, there's plenty problems going around here, but
I
this
don't
is
think
not
there is any
really a
extant money. I think
partisan issue.
America's broke. There's no extant money.
Oh, I agree with that. And especially, and this is what makes it all the worse, because that's the thing with the petrodollar. The reason they could keep doing this is the petrodollar, because the petrodollar ensured an eternal demand for American dollars, which actually meant they could get away with printing money. That's the reason why they've been doing this, why they haven't been afraid of taking on all this debt and printing new money, because there is external demand outside of America that wants new dollars, because that is absolutely needed to trade oil with Saudi Arabia. That ended under Biden. Now you have all the other nations that no longer need American dollars. Now you can trade oils in rubles, you can trade in Chinese yen, you can trade in whatever. That reduces the need for American dollars. Now combine that with the massive debt that has accrued over both previous governments. I'm not disputing that, but it's now critical because of the end of the petrodollar. That should never have happened under Trump.
To be fair, I've heard that the petrodollar is ending for the past 3 years, and it's going to be weeks away. Until it happens, I'm not really going to buy that personally, because I've heard this before, and it just hasn't happened yet.
Oh, no, yet being the operating word.
I mean, it still might, but I don't think it'll happen. Frankly, I think America is still economically dominant. I don't think it's going to happen.
I agree with that.
Especially not. It's not going to be replaced with rubles, especially because Russia's fucked right now. I mean, just real quick here. Oh yeah, so I know some people are saying this is, you didn't say this obviously, but some people in the chat said they said, Dev, you don't understand. Biden could just choose not to spend that. That's not true. All right, because do you recall maybe a year or two ago, everyone on the right wing was laughing on Twitter because Biden was forced to build the wall because there were he appealed it and he lost the appeal because the budget had allocated X amount of funds for wall construction. Biden's administration was forced to continue to build the Mexican wall. It's because when these budgets are passed, if they're passed for X number of years, even future governments that disagree with that budget are still bound to fulfill that budget. That's the point. So when Trump, for example, set aside 10-year debt, double of Biden, that means that the money that Trump set aside, Biden's administration was still spending it. So I do think you can lay a lot more of the current crisis at Trump's feet than people on the right are comfortable with, but I think it's true. Nonetheless, I think that Russia and to a lesser extent China have it worse off than America does. So I don't think American dominance is ending anytime soon. The Americans are still gigachads in the world stage.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that, but if you look at the lives of ordinary Americans, they are the ones who's going to be paying the price. I mean, this is the same thing that Arch and I have going in Norway. The Norwegian state has all the money in the world, doesn't fucking help us one bit, because we are the ones being fleeced for our taxes, and we're not getting anything in return. That is what the average American is going to feel here. Yeah, American probably isn't going anywhere as the leaders of the world, not disputing that. But the American lifestyle and the American people are going to pay that price from the overspending.
I completely agree with you, but
like that. Yeah.
I completely agree with you, but I think we can lay more of the blame at Trump's feet than at Biden's for the reasons that I outlined.
There is also one serious detail to add in here too. In relations to the petrodollar. The reason why the petrodollar is so stable is because nobody wishes to call in their debt with the US, because to do so would require the US to print more money, thus devaluing the dollar. And since everybody is buying oil in the same currency, that would mean that they would decrease the purchasing power of their own nations. That's why nobody calls in their debts with the US. However, China has been moving and has in fact established markets to attempt to trade in Chinese yen instead. If they get that through, and that could only happen under a weak government like Biden's, then China can call in its debt with the US safely because it is not trading in US dollars, it is trading in yuan. That would be the apocalypse scenario.
Yeah, that could happen. I know the Belt and Road, Myanmar. I know all. They're trying to make it happen. I don't think we're anywhere near that yet, though.
I don't know. I think we're far closer to that than we are comfortable with, largely due to the decline of the value of the US dollar.
We'll have to see, I
I
guess.
think either way, we are in for some very interesting next few years here, and there will be plenty blame to go around on all sides for it.
No, I definitely agree with that. That's true. I guess I do want to pick your brain on this though. Like, are you a proponent of lowering taxes then? Like, if you're
Not
gonna, like,
universally. I
not
would say
universally?
that taxes, no, not universal. I think that taxes absolutely should be reduced, and the entire tax system needs reformation. But it needs to be done with a scalpel. You can't just say, okay, everything is being reduced. You need to go in with a scalpel, and you need to basically you have to use the tax system to incentivize the kind of economic development that you want. Because taxation is for two things. One is to actually provide income for the state, and that is all good and well. But the second is to incentivize the kind of economy that you want. Right now, you have an economy that is in stagflation, so you need to not necessarily do a radical reform of the tax system, but there are some things that you need to change in order to promote more independent business growth. And that's not really being done. And that's true everywhere, because you have economic problems across the board in many, many nations in the entire Western world. I mean, America is better off than some other places, but still, yeah, you need to go in specifically with a scalpel to change things. So some kind of taxes is just going to make things worse. Like, for instance, in Norway, what has happened in the last few years after they increased taxes? Well, all of the Norwegian billionaires they have left. That's one thing, but you also have a massive brain drain because it's no longer profitable to start companies there. So all of the smart, good people that would have started companies here, they go elsewhere because they have a better deal, because there's no incentive to do it here. You need incentives to get all of the best and brightest to do their best. You don't have that right now. So I'm not in favor of just lowering taxes to lower taxes, but you need to do what is needed to create the incentives to ultimately grow the economy, to create employment for as many people as possible, to increase their livelihoods and their life standards so they have more money to further lift up the economy. That is what I believe in, which requires a change both in Norway and the US, many other places. I don't know specifically about Canada.
Yeah, so I think I agree with pretty much everything you've said there. I don't think we disagree at all. But I mean, I said this in the previous ArchCast, and it's still true, even though the chat copes about it. But a side effect of lowering taxes at all, even lowering taxes for good reasons, is that you also exacerbate inflation, right? Because like when you mention printing money is bad. Right? We all agree printing money is bad. But the reason that printing money causes inflation, because inflation is just the raising of prices, is because you print money, the money goes into the hands of people. People now have more money. They spend the money. Now that you have an increased demand, if you have increased demand but not an increased supply, then price goes up. It's basic supply and demand, economics 101.
But
Yes.
Deverudel.
Yes.
I'm making one slight correction to that, because I agree
Okay.
that you're right with the theory there, but it's not necessarily the people that has more money. Often when you put on the printing presses, which causes inflation, this is something that we see, for instance, in Norway. There's inflation there too. You have a reduction in the Norwegian krona. The Norwegian people never got more money. There's more money in the economy, yes, but it's not in the hands of the people. Just want to make that little modification. It's like the same thing you have in the US. You have massively increased inflation, But the money that's driving it isn't necessarily in the hands of the people. It's in the hands of massive corporations, because much of that extra printed money has gone straight to certain corporations. The one that the debt is to. It's not just foreign debt. Much of it is in America to certain huge corporations. Money goes straight to them, never ever touches the people. The people
No,
just
this is all true.
experience
Yeah,
the inflation,
yeah.
higher prices.
But what I will say though is that, so for example, when both Trump and Biden's governments printed COVID checks for the average person, that was printing money to give it to average people who then had like a COVID stimulus check. You know, people talking about they got like $2,000 in the mail, they can go spend it on rent or whatever. You know, that was money that sometimes money does go to the people in the form
That did increase inflation. I'm not
yeah,
disputing
yeah.
that. Yeah,
So
absolutely,
there's
absolutely.
yeah, so if you have like food stamps or welfare, that also does the same thing. It's the government spending money to give directly to people. When the government spends money and gives it to corporations, and then the corporations use that to hire people, it still goes to people. If they use it to build products and sell the products, it still goes to people. It goes through like a roundabout way. But I mean, most of the corpos aren't sitting on it in like a giant Scrooge McDuck vault. You know, they're spending
How
this money
much
that they get.
hiring? How much hiring are the corporations doing these days? How much hiring have been going on the last few years here?
Well, that's the interesting part, because earlier just use an example that we talked about today, there was video games and there was consoles and computers, right? They went through a giant boom and they hired tons of people, and now they're laying them all off and everyone's losing their jobs, right? So for like 2 years there was a massive hiring boom in these industries because of COVID stimulus. So you had people who were getting hired at Nvidia or getting hired at Ubisoft, and now they're losing their jobs, right? Well, for 2 years they got a paycheck, and that paycheck came from COVID stimulus. So even in the roundabout way where the money goes to the corporations, it still ends up going to people somehow. So government spends money. Money eventually makes most of its way into people's hands. People
Some
then
of its way.
spend them. Yeah, people then spend the money, and then because demand has gone up and supply stays the same, then price goes up, which is how you get inflation. However, if you cut taxes, that means that there's more money in people's hands, so they have more money to spend. So demand goes up and supply stays the same, and so price goes up. It's the same thing, right?
Niet.
So
Niet,
no,
Devuski. Niet.
This is absolutely true.
Niet, Devuski.
So inflation.
No. It's absolutely in accordance with outdated theories. That I will grant you. You are 100% right in terms of traditional Keynesian macroeconomic theory. Not disputing that. But I am saying that this model is a little bit outdated, and it's even being updated as we speak, because we are now kind of like in uncharted economic territories. And those traditional models are part of the problem because they miss certain variables. So I agree with you. I agree with your logic. I agree that in terms of the theory, it's true. But as Arch is saying, yet comrade there, the theory is in need of modification.
So
Yes, see,
how is it then that
because this will be combined with tariffs.
Right.
That is the current idea.
Well, so Arch, I understand that, all right? But that's a different conversation, though. Like the
No,
tariffs
no, no,
conversation
no,
we
no,
had
no,
before.
no, no. That's
No,
not a different conversation,
because,
Devsky.
No, it is because hold on.
Devutsky.
The tariffs that you theorized last week haven't been implemented yet, and we're talking about what caused the current economic crisis, not how to fix it, right?
Well, no, I thought we were talking about taxation in general in the future.
Okay,
I think we drifted a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, because in a vacuum, what you're saying may very well be correct. But even then, I doubt it, because the more money is in a system, it will increase a supply as well, because people will demand more stuff. This is not a one-way street.
I mean, it depends if the money in the system stimulates new job growth. Right? Because, for example, COVID stimulus did not do that. COVID stimulus was you get like a bunch of people get money and they spend it on rent, or they like buy new TVs, or they buy video games.
Hold on, uno momento there, Devtoski. I think a few seconds ago you said that caused a massive hiring boom during the COVID spike.
So the COVID stimulus that went to corporations caused a hiring boom. The COVID stimulus that just went directly into people's pockets caused a spending boom.
Yeah, but you can't separate the two.
Yes, you can. I just did.
No, it caused a giant hiring boom, Dev.
Yes, it did. Yes.
Yes. And now, okay, yeah, to be sure,
Well,
we can
yeah,
also
but-
then
yeah,
argue
but
that the separate, if we separate it out,
Well,
a one-time
hiring boom
donation
even- well,
will not create
yeah.
a massive boom unless the corporations do a dumb and view that one-time boom as a permanent thing. Then you'll have to fire them.
Which a lot of them did, which is why you had like Ubisoft now being like, "Oh my God, we're making no money,
Yes.
we're gonna lay off everyone." Well, that's
But
why,
if you
because
lower
they're partially because they were stupid.
taxes, that is not a one-time handout. That is a permanent increase in the amount of money in people's pockets. And a permanent increase will then lead to an increased demand for goods.
Yes, but then you have to assume that the corporation is going to react appropriately if they can even do so and increase supply to match,
Dev.
which they might not be able to, or they might not want to, or they might not care.
Why?
They might simply no. They might simply say we can just charge more for this shit. Why not?
Stares at Dev.
Are you saying a corporation wouldn't do that, Arch? They wouldn't jack up prices once they realize people have more money?
Yeah, rarely, because you know why?
Why?
Because they'll price themselves out of their own market.
I mean, yeah, that's possible, but we've seen a lot of dumb corporations already do that.
Sure, but this just opens the door for smarter organizations. This is the thing. If there is more money in the market and one corporation goes, I'm going to increase the price by 25%, what that does, it grants an opening for another company to go, oh, well, I'm just going to produce 25% more stuff.
That's possible if you have a competitive market. And right now it seems to be the case. Like if there certainly are competitive markets out there. But if you look at ones that are more monopolistic, you know, like an Amazon, for example, with all the vertical integration, there's no way you're getting that. Amazon is 100% just taking advantage of it.
Don't worry, we'll break them up soon.
Is that how?
I hope
Is that
so.
what you're gonna do?
Yeah, no, see, you are correct
on
this.
Amazon?
The
Wait.
mega corporations are poison to competition. Absolutely.
Comrade
But there are
Arch.
far more mega corporations in China, Dev, that are far more poisonous to competition.
Comrade Arch, let us go redistribute
Have
Amazon to people.
have you come around to my position, Dev? Tariff good?
I don't know yet. Because yeah. The
He's
tariff
down to
conversation we
I
had-
don't know now, chats. We're winning.
The tariff conversation we had last week was basically you saying that you can lower taxation, but you can also increase tariffs as a different lever you can pull on the government to make up for it.
Well, no. I don't know what I did, but what I said was if you increase tariffs, that will make foreign goods more expensive. If you make foreign goods more expensive, and you also increase the amount of money inside the system, which would then be due by another action, a theoretical tax cut, this would then encourage domestic produce to take its place.
Would it though? Because hold on, if people have more money and foreign goods are more expensive, they would have the money to buy the foreign goods, at least temporarily.
Temporarily, yes, but this still opens up a gap in the market because now they will be paying more. Generally speaking, if you're asked to pay more for a product, you're not going to do it. Even if you have more money, like even if you could theoretically afford it, you'll probably just pick the cheaper one unless you have a special attachment to that product.
Right, yeah. So you're hoping that this will eventually lead to domestic production that can be cheaper because without tariffs.
Yes, because it will open up a new market. Not to mention as well that Americans will probably be easily persuaded to choose American products.
As long as the cheaper ones are no longer cheap.
Well, I don't even know if it
listen.
needs to be cheap. Like, if you can simply, because the Chinese products can simply be produced for cheaper, but then you've got transportation costs, which exacerbates it. But if you can get to a position where an American product costs the same as a Chinese product, I believe most Americans will probably choose the American product.
I don't think so, actually. I think most Americans don't give a shit. I think most Americans go to Walmart and buy the $5 t-shirt that was made in a sweatshop because it's $5, and they don't really care where it was made.
I'm not sure about that. But we won't know until Trump becomes president, and then emperor.
And then Emperor. Oh, so yeah. By the way, Andre, this is how this show usually goes: is Arch and I arguing over stuff. It's usually pretty fun though.
I
Yes.
figured. I decided, like, yeah, you got a nice thing going there, so I decided I'm just gonna stay a bit.
Yeah. Well, no, it's one of those things where like there are extremists in any political category, right? And they're usually like insufferable to talk to because they don't even have a debate, right? And Arch and I aren't like that. You know, we disagree on a lot of things, but we're still willing to actually talk it out, and it's usually pretty good.
Yeah, but
The chat like
important.
screams bloody murder sometimes, but we have good conversations.
Yeah.
Dev's the
you gotta have
extremist.
conversations. That's how one develops and learns and grows.
I tried to drag him
Have a
back to the
conversation.
center. It's hard.
Plus-
He's heavy.
Plus, Arch, I'm the one who actually researches all the left-wing philosophy insanity, and you just steal my research, so you need me for that.
One time, Dev. One time. And even then, I didn't steal your research. I stole your fucking screenshots.
Listen, the prison notebooks are like 500 pages, Arch.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I can't be bothered leafing through them for that one fucking quote. But yes, we have very good conversation. In fact, I think next week we will do a purely philosophical nonsense about gatekeeping and stuff, because that's back on the menu again.
Okay, all right.
I'll move back to the super chats as we've managed to aggregate chat into donating a little bit more, which is always good.
Yeah, it's
definitely have.
awesome. But before you do, I do have to drop out here.
Yes, I was actually about to ask because I know it's late.
Is it time?
For me, yes, it's time.
All right, well, it's nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, likewise. Good conversation.
Thanks for coming on, Andre. It was very good. I hope to have you back at some
absolutely,
time.
Yeah, certainly. It would be my pleasure. We have to have you back on Midnight Search in the morning as well, whenever you're available.
Absolutely, absolutely. Cool.
Excellent. All right. Well, with that, thanks for having me, and everyone can follow me over at Midnight's Edge on YouTube. We also stream live three times a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 9 a.m. in the morning LA time. That's 6 p.m. Central European time. For all other times, just do the math.
Your accent sounded like you said Monday, Wednesday, and Pride Day.
Oh, okay. Well, only in June.
And you should be able to find the channel both in the title and I've added it in the description now with the little link thingy. If not, it is just Midnight's Edge.
Excellent. All right. Thanks for having me, and have a great rest of the stream. Take care, everyone.
Awesome. I'll talk to you again.
Take care.
And then there was Dev. No, he went to shit. Oh, motherfucker.
Nope, I'm still here.
And no, you actually did say you supported the Iraq War. I knew you must spoke, which is why I didn't point it out.
Oh, thanks, Arch.
But that was one of those moments where this happens, where in your brain, and I've caught myself doing this on recording, when in my brain I say the correct thing, I listen back and I'm like, that's not what I said.
Oh yeah, I've done that too, for sure. I've done that too. Yeah, like I don't support the Iraq War, obviously. that was a giant fuck up. But I think frankly a lot of Americans my age and younger got traumatized by the failures of the Iraq War, and they became like a generation of cucks. And they're like, "Oh, that was a terrible move on our part. We can't, go forth into the world and, forthrightly put forward our values anymore.
Forthrightly.
We should just bow out and fade into the background of history and let ourselves become another empire that turns into dust like the fucking losers we are." It's like, no, you're Americans. You should plant the American flag on every single inch of fucking soil on this planet.
And preferably, guard my nation against Russia.
Yes.
Cuban922, Arch, you and Sagan and Razor need to do a stream when the filthy Clana DLC drops Mech Model 5. Also, any of the DLC for Anno 1800s, worth it out the gate. What I would do is, I would keep a tab on Anno 1800. I've got a rumor, which I'll probably do a video on in the not too distant future, suggesting that Ubisoft is about to basically abandon their storefront and go full Steam exclusive because they just can't afford to keep up their own storefront, and they've basically given up on being able to compete with Steam. And Anno 1800 is frequently on sale on Steam for like 80% off, and then just pick it all up at once, because the DLC is actually quite good. You know, take out the cosmetic DLC, because who the fuck cares? But most of the other stuff does add very neat and cool mechanics, so I'd recommend getting as much of it as you can. At a nice deep discount, of course. Scarf of the Strange. Dev, shouldn't you play that Tonight We Ride game? Also streamers couldn't save Star Wars Outlaw. Also OFK Fund.
The Tonight We Riot game, despite being very far left, is nonetheless still a good game. It's because like it's an indie game where you like control a crowd of people, and you're like, it's like half Contra and half Pikmin, which is very strange to say. But basically, like, you just control a mass of people as they like overrun cops and, you know, overrun businessmen and just like burn down cities. And even though the morals of it are terrible, the actual gameplay is pretty fun.
It does sound like a very Devian video game, it's true. And again, hell, there ain't no way you're funding OFK. There's no way.
Arch, you gotta play OFK. Listen, if the same Culture War podcasts were ascendant 2 years ago, the way they are now, OFK would be spoken about online the way that Dustborn is. It is an equivalent bad game.
Zero Final to Archley. It's probably a certain chosen country that funded, or alternatively, America printed money again. And also, so is Pax a black Norwegian, Archley? No, we don't have those here. Don't exist.
Are you sure? I thought your grandfather saw one and was like, "Oh,
that's right." God damn it, because he used the bad word that I can't say, and so now I want to use the bad word. But yes, back in the day when black people were rare in Norway, my grandfather saw a yellow raincoat walking towards him, an empty yellow raincoat in the dark, and he damn near pissed himself. It was just a black person inside of it, though, so it's fine. Mercenaries 21. I only tolerate Dev for his good taste in Nintendo. Well, that is a reason to tolerate Dev. Prison Warrior 1, greetings and salutations. The Great Arch, hello Lumi the Fish, hello random guest, and last but not least, Dev, the connoisseur of diapers. How are the new local European diapers compared to your old overpriced Canadian diapers? It's a good question. How are the new diapers?
Listen, I just want there to be some tariffs so that Canadian-made diapers can actually compete in the market.
Are Canadian diapers bad, Dev?
I'm not going to answer that one, sorry.
Sandoom. An old presentation from Sweet Baby Inc. where an employee had in his slide saying, burning the gaming industry to the ground. Not surprised, but a little happy. They just admit their goal. Yep, I did see that. Tards. Mercenaries 21. I bought $60 of Ubisoft stock just to laugh at it. Here's to Beyond Good and Evil 2 never coming out, but if by some magical miracle it arises, oh well. This is my beer. I don't think so. I don't think it's coming out.
It's not coming out, and even if it did, it would suck.
A Doman, hail Dev, son of Typhon, breaker of thrones and chairs. Silver Commander 78. Those who think devs being paid by leftist groups are wrong. Besides, you'd wish they'd waste their money on dev because dev only sells is buyer's remorse. Well, that's something to sell to. 05 Water, Helldivers 2 killed its own momentum with Sony's greed, and the devs wanted a tailored experience in their image, constantly nerfing weapons, now gimping DLC. Yes, they did hurt themselves pretty badly. Prison Warrior 1, Arch, would you be willing to show to a Warhammer tournament here in Norway dressed as an Inquisitor in order to bless or sanctify a Mistress of Battle Army so they can face chaos and corruption and not fall, but remain true to the Emperor? Somebody needs to buy me a costume first. Otherwise I'll have to show up in my German World War II costume, and that might cause stirs.
Oh, Arch, check your DMs real quick.
Feet. Ah, feet indeed. Why, Dev? Why send feet? Alright, let's see. God help me. Where was the thing again? There.
You know what? When the new Zelda game came out, I streamed like 5 hours of it, and it was nice to just like play a fun game. Didn't have to think about politics. Didn't have to think about the news cycle. Didn't have to think about how the company's shit or the games are becoming shit or like how a series that I grew up loving has turned into shit. It was just a pleasant, fun experience of escapism, you know?
I don't know
You so
about
rarely
that.
get those nowadays.
Female protagonist, Zelda game. Yeah.
Listen, Arch. Zelda's been a hero in her own series for like 30 years now. It's not woke.
I don't know about that. Arch has decided to reject. So, Commander 78, Ubisoft sales stinks like Dev's diapers after sushi. Does sushi
Oh my
make
god,
your
stop
stomach
with
upset?
the fucking diaper shit. God damn it.
And he also says,
I'm
I
gonna
think
ban
tech
Blonde.
corps are banking on AI replacing people. Oh, they are. Oh, did you see, Dev, Mr. Beast was looking for people to create AI art for him?
What? Can't you just like do it yourself?
No.
It's AI art. Just like fucking okay.
Mr. Beast has speed run his fall from grace. He was like the one good guy. Now everybody hates him, and he just doubles down on it. You know, he had put out a application. I'm trying to find it now, but Twitter never shows you the same thing twice, does it?
Yeah, it never does.
For AI artists to make assets for the channel, and people were upset about it.
That's actually really funny.
You know,
Mr. Beast's videos themselves, they're still all right. I have a feeling he'll be just fine, you know, being as large as he is. But there's always some catharsis in seeing someone's channel fall apart, you know? I mean, listen, I can be objective enough to understand that when people saw my sub count go down for a while, they were like, oh my god. I get it. I understand, guys. I get it. Happens to all of us.
I mean,
Why did you eat our guest? Where'd he go?
the feet have returned. I can smell them.
Shut up, Arch.
Wait, hold on, chat. Hold on. She's been out walking, and she was back in 20 minutes after running, so they're stinky now. Yeah.
No, I did not walk to the store.
Lum. Stop ruining chat's fantasies.
Chat's fantasies. These are starting to sound like your fantasies, Arch.
They're one and the same.
I don't know if chat's not saying much about feet right now.
Damn it. They'll catch up to it soon enough.
See, I knew this was your fantasy. I knew it.
They just haven't caught up to that part of the... There you go. High Latinx feet. There you go. Yep. Feet icon, space, stink
Latinx
feet. Dev stinky. Yep, there you go. They hadn't caught up to it yet.
I hate all of you.
Hail stinky fins. Big and stinky. You've got it all.
Well, hold on. Big and stinky. That has to do with Chugga Conroy, I think.
Feet icons. Yep. There you go.
Despise all of you.
Wait, Lumi, that's why you were a Chugga Conroy fan, right? The feet connection?
No! I never heard of the man before.
She was one of the people who got shoes from Chugga Conroy, I'm pretty sure.
No!
Oh. I see.
She has them in a
know
little...
who he is.
In like a little
I had
glass
to-
box somewhere.
I had to stop listening to Dev's video about him because I was just disgusted.
And now I
off the feet
can't
at the
find the
ankles.
damn thing anymore. Oh, never mind.
Cut them off. Tail supremacy.
No one says, great to have Midnight's Edge on. Here's some monetary incentive for such awesome guests. Thank you very much. What, no monetary incentive for Lum Lum? No monetary incentive for feet? Nightmare Inc.
I'm not
offensive to the
selling
French.
these pictures.
I'm sold. Oh, chat. Okay, we've come up with a new product. So Lum Lum was talking about making like baking stuff. The next product is dough that she's had in her shoes that she then bakes into like little cookies. And they're graded based on like distance she walks in them, like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30.
I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Good. Silver Commando 78. My SCW sister, who loves the Rings of Power and all the woke shit that shits on the IP, told me about Emily Paris, and it makes French people mad. Oh, good. I don't like the French. Nobody likes the French. As a refined water dev, you do realize that they let it back up after the Democrats got what they wanted, so now it doesn't matter. We can talk about it all day, but Brandon is still in office, fucking up the economy. And also, Californian Fish, you had a dev in your group? What?
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 Californian Fish? And Lumi's not from California, are you?
She is.
No. You couldn't pay me enough to go to California. I am a good Midwest fish. I am a
Are you a
lake
Texan?
mermaid.
Ooh.
Midwest, not South.
Actually, that's a good name for it, chat. Foot jam cookies. I like it.
Oh.
Big and spicy, just the way you like them.
Why'd I come back? I knew this was gonna happen. Why'd I join call? I was just looking. I was like, I can make myself food and be happy. But no, I come here and I'm just sad again.
Well, we got 45 more minutes before my time is up. Let's get through the supers.
Rasmus021. Rakeleaf. Also hi, Dev.
Hello.
R285 simply donates €6 and doesn't say anything about it. That's good. I can reply to him, but I can like his post. I can't do that. No, I thought I could. Kill of Night. The industry is healing by re-niching Witcher. It is. It's kind of beautiful, actually, how we're doing this.
The re-niching of things? Yeah, it is kind of nice, isn't it?
Yes, we need more games made for a specific audience. Mr. Schnitzel himself, stop simping for CCP slop. Listen. Black Myth Wukong is Chinese propaganda. But at least it's successful Chinese propaganda, and I've always been a fan of Chinese propaganda. It's pretty cool. Brandon, money to Solium Inferno multiplayer also isn't no way taxes like 40% at the lowest? Yeah, pretty much. It's not very good. Marked ashamed, and then it scrolls. Why does it work this way? Why does it work this way? Expansion mod idea for Solius Infernum. Doom guy as a lord and Doom enemies as legions. Cyberdemon is the titan. Invite Sargon. He's a good sport. I think it'd be difficult enough to try and teach Lum Lum to play that game. Sargon is actually an even bigger boomer. Silver Commander 78. If Trump wins, he'll ban Canadians wearing diapers. Oh boy. Well, that'll definitely radicalize Dev against him. Neil Holsnader. Arch, remember, Dev is why we need safety personnel. That's true. The devs in the world are the reason why we pay people to just stand there and watch other people work. Like, you being safe? Yeah. Alex Alexandru, if leftists want the monkey, they have to use the correct pronouns. They may claim it as a Baizwool game. White leftists. Mercenary Dex 21, Dev, the Solitude medallion get to you yet?
Nope.
Damn it. Daniel Zartax, daily reminder to play Anambinar. Well, if you're going to keep giving me $2 a day, I'm never going to. That's quite a lot of money over the course of a year, dude. Quite ashamed. You can teach Lumi Armello. It's made by the same studio and has a similar victory condition of Prestige, Leader, or Kingslayer in the center. Zero. Currently playing Final Fantasy XVI, a good game. It really makes you wonder about Dustborn. Final Fantasy XVI has a good story, good gameplay. I just don't get it. Well, one was made by video game developers. The other was made by people who receive benefits from the state. So come out of 78. A good game would be Shadow of the Colossus style, where you can play as medicine inside the body of Dave Nick, slaying all his diseases like the Gout Giant.
Oh my god, my fans send you more super chats than me sometimes.
Sometimes? We gotta fix that,
Sometimes.
chat.
Only sometimes. Yeah, fix it in my favor, chat.
Fix it to all the time, but instead of Archer Dev, send it to me.
Lum Lum earns enough money from her salty feet cookies as it is.
They don't exist.
Zero
Listen,
fire water.
Guys, Arch needs as much money as possible to import his new Xeno wife.
I do look like Johnny Storm, it's true.
Yeah, now you accept it.
Yeah. It's pretty appealing when you come to think of it. Zero fire water. Well, when you're talking about all the printed money Biden spent, way more than you think with all the swap lines to Europe to bail out their banks, the banks that failed in February, that get bailed out in real time now, so you can't even hear about banks failing. The petrodollar point America has been manipulating oil prices for a year or two, which is why it was at $80. And hey, don't get me wrong, the higher the oil price is, the better. Like, the war in Iraq was amazing for Norway.
To be honest, probably for Canada too. We have a shit ton of oil here in Canada.
Noli demonstrates. Donates a very generous $50 on Rumble. Thank you very much. Arch, here's $50. Please tell Dev Americans have songs about preferring to buy our own stuff. Yeah, and the poll is currently 88% of would you buy American over Chinese. In fact, okay, Lum Lum. If there was, let's see, what's feet related? If there was a pair of socks, and one of them was made in America, and one of the socks was made in China, and they cost the exact same amount, which one would you choose?
American.
Looks at Dev.
I mean, yeah, okay, exact same. Okay, what if one of them was 99 cents and one of them was like $15?
Depends on the quality of the sock, but probably I'd still buy American.
Yeah.
I don't like cheap Chinese products. If I'm able to buy local, I buy local.
Yeah, and Lumi is
here's the
really
thing.
upset. She knows the quality of her socks.
Oh my fucking god.
Now, see, yeah, what I said while you were gone is that, like, your average American, especially since most Americans are not politically engaged, they don't give a shit. They'll go down to Walmart, they'll buy the cheapest, they don't care. They don't care who made it.
It's like, granted, my situation for a lot of stuff is different than others because I have to keep in mind like medical things and other shit. So it's like if I'm able to talk to someone and see like how something's made and everything, specifically with like, you know, fucking what is it? I forgot what my kid needs. But if it's from an American like manufacturer and everything, and I don't have to, you know, see if it's quality products by a shoddy company overseas, I'm going to buy if it's like, you know, produced over here and everything. It's like I will buy the markup price just because it is made in America, because I have to think of what is best for my kid. For myself, I can give less of a shit about myself, but as long as she's okay, I will buy whatever at whatever price.
Shadowfox 2300, the great thing the Canadians gave to the world, adding so many stuff to the Geneva Convention, because man, can they get creative when they want to hurt you. Dev was sitting on people even back then, putting diapers on them. Mercenex 21, I grew up on Danger Bay, Edison Twins, and you can't do that on TV. Canada shows I saw on television. Ebenezer 1690, Dev, bad communist bad. True. Nightmare, unlike Diddy, Dev makes sure he only buys oil made from real, not artificial babies. Zonta, Dev, tell Andre about the dump truck incident 3.
I managed to rules lawyer my way out of that one.
It's Neil89, aka Dislikes Puns. At Andre, Bat Tom will have his work cut out for him. I should have, I should do that thing where they like Control F other people's name to see if there's Superchats for them, but details. Dark Innovator, hail art, our Lord and Saviour. Allegedly, PM Boris claimed recently that one of his COVID plans was to invade Scandinavia. Well, good on him. Marksman of 117B, I'd like to thank the Haitians for becoming the meme before it could focus on us Latinos. We apologize for Lumi's breed of Latino. Glaring at Lumi. Tord. Apropos, vad tänker dere om Marius Borg Höjby? I think he's a spoiled little shit, and he probably did at least some of the shit he was accused of. Marksman on 17B, Lumi, why are your people allowing themselves to be recorded cooking various city animals over the years? Apologize on behalf of your people.
I'm Mexican, I'm not Haitian.
Mexicans do that too?
Not that I know of.
Nolly, Dev, I have had conversations with people lamenting our loss of mass manufacturing, and I would happily buy all American goods, even more expensive ones, on the basis of strictly supporting Americans. Yeah, I think you're gonna have to swallow the L on this one, Dev.
Well, here's the thing. You can do it right now. Go ahead. There's places you can go do it, man. But the issue is that everyone says that. But this is like the stated versus revealed preference thing. Everyone says that. And yeah, some of you might even mean it. But most people, even if they say, man, I love supporting America, they're still going to go down to Walmart and they're still going to buy what's cheap and easy and right in front of them. Because it's easy.
Dev has no faith in you, chat. You should prove him wrong. Marksman B. Latinos, despite being as ghetto as urban youth, avoid the label because we don't record ourselves. Your people almost ruined it. You will be segregated. Good. So on the lich, who is Dev's P Diddy? That's a good question. Dev, who made you
Dev's
gay?
P Diddy? I gotta think about this for a minute. Probably Bridget.
Bridget?
Yeah, Bridget.
Bridget?
Yeah, Bridget.
Bridget!
Do you not know Bridget?
Nope.
Really?
Nope.
The internet's first real femboy?
Dev.
Oh, from Guilty
You
Gear?
assume
Guilty
far
Gear,
too
yeah.
much about my porn habits.
Right here, Arch. Live links. Bridget. The internet's first ever femboy.
Alright, chat. Here we go.
You don't know the Bridget lore, Arch?
I do not know the Bridget lore, no.
The Bridget lore is sad.
Yeah. So, TLDR, in like one of the earlier Guilty Gear games, Bridget was, I think, a twin. And it was two male twins, but because of the superstition of the place they grew up in, he was basically raised as a woman and said, no, you have to be a woman because we don't allow same-sex twins. It has to be opposite-sex twins, or else we have to kill you. So the parents raised Bridget as a woman, and so Bridget is just like a femboy. And you know, this was made back in the 2000s, so it has all the usual Japanese jokes of like girly-looking character says they're a guy all the time. Guys keep falling for them and thinking they're a girl. You know what the joke is. You've heard it before. And so like the entire story arc of Bridget in the initial game is a girly looking male who is trying desperately to convince people that they're actually a guy and not a girl. And then in the newest iteration, they changed the story to just make Bridget trans. And they're just like, yeah, so I decided I was actually happy being a girl. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, okay, so let's put on our media literacy caps here, okay? What is the author saying about the trans experience with this storyline of Bridget's? Are they saying that grooming people fucking works? Because that's what the story actually like adds up to if you look at it. This was a whole controversy like a year ago. I did a big video on it.
Yeah. Bridget will always be the OG trap for me.
Yep.
Wow, you're both filthy little perverts. I knew this of Dev, and I should have
I
suspected
like
it of
my
Lumi.
trap. I like my traps. I like my femboys. My friend Mizu is a femboy. He's pretty neat.
Hold on a second, Lumi. Last week you said you didn't like dicks on girls.
Those aren't women. Those are dudes who just look like women.
That's close enough.
No. There's a difference.
I know there's a difference.
Yeah.
There is a difference philosophically, but in terms of what your eyes see, you're still looking at a feminine form with a penis.
Still a dude.
See,
That's
let's
fine.
just shift Dev and Lumi as far over to the left as humanly possible. There we go.
In fact,
you knew
Lumi,
I was a
Lumi,
degenerate. What?
Actually, hold on a minute. Here, I'm going to message you this. I don't know if you want me saying this on the stream. Hold on.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mercenaries 21. P Diddy is being used by US military to expose all. God, why? The Neil 89, aka Dislikes Puns. Arch, sounds like you're describing the fall of the Elder. Nobody likes the Elder. Mark Jane, often it's not about pleasure, it's about power. I don't know. Dev, you gay because power?
I don't know. Gotta think about that one.
Ah, okay. Well, Mark Jane was apparently correct. I don't know. It's like, why do you fuck men up the arse? The socioeconomic power connotations of it. You gay people confuse and disturb me, Dev.
What is that one like 4chan copy pasta? Where there's like a guy who says that it's more masculine to fuck femboys or trans women than it is to fuck women, because you're like an alpha male who's dominating a beta and like just taking you're just taking a failed male and turning them into your woman. It's like, oh, okay, I understand now.
I don't know. I still question. Still the Commander 78. Dev has been putting diapers on the local beavers. Why, Dev? Why? Why the beavers? So on the lich, deleting all social media while being public figure, truly the sign of a I don't know anything, I swear. Hashtag baby oil for Dev. Ooh. And the image of a glistening Dev just leaps into mind. He's standing there in his diaper just glistening at me, smiling. You could throw him down on one of those slip and slide thingies. That'd be kind of funny. Tick Tick Boom has been in for 5 months. Thank you very much, sir. There's an old saying, prosecutors can indict a ham sandwich. Dev is delusional, as usual. This too is true. Guy 52, technically they are not supposed to keep track of gun sales in the US. The reality is gun stores are required to keep records permanently that must be turned over the ATF when the business closes. Alright. Cthulhu. Dev, you are wrong. US deeds are public record and online, and most of the time you can learn who owns any piece of property and how to contact them.
Yeah,
Dev did go over the distinction between deeds and stuff, though. The eccentric Ripper. No squatter has ever claimed to have a legitimate deed. That's this problem. This problem occurs because it's a civil issue and not a criminal issue. If it was made a criminal issue, it would be fixed. So he says. Window. There. Zero Final, I'll buy it if it's cheaper, to be honest. It's the same reason why mom and pop shops go out of business when Walmart comes into town, but I think it's the opposite when it comes to food. Now, ironically, see, this is one of the issues. The mega corporations are the problem. Like, we do actually need to return to a point where we cannot allow the mega corporations to compete with local businesses. Or if we do, it needs to be on a much smaller basis. Like, having a supermarket store that is everywhere is not good for a country's economy.
Yes, Comrade Arch, tell me more about how capitalism is the problem.
Capitalism is the problem. Well, capitalism is the solution to the problem.
Let's eat the capitalist class. Let's do it.
Like, we already have laws that forbid a corporation from like buying up other corporations if it will give it an unfair market advantage. We just haven't been fucking using them. Now, Sandoom, if you want to know how to deal with squatters, look up Asian Andy versus Squatter. He's a kick streamer that decided to make the squatter's life a living hell. I mean, that's one way. Mercenaries anyone? I agree with Lum Lum. It is the only solution. A pre-order of Lum Lum, what was it? Foot fudge? Foot fudge cookies.
No, this is when I said that you should just shoot the squatters and just say, they broke into my house, my life was in danger.
But what about the foot fudge?
No! Never!
Icthulu, Dev, I worked in the property Rex. It shows history. Well, there you go, Dev. Dumb Dev.
Depends where you are.
Jeff D, in the US, property ownership is recorded by county, apparently. Mercenaries in order. No centralized anything, Dev. That's a guarantee of corruption. You will never convince me or others like me that anything centralized will not be used against us. That's true.
Yeah, I mentioned that one earlier, and he said centralized instead of section.
You got to be careful about centralizing things.
But yeah, that's just wrong. It's just no. All right, everyone is like, oh man, government corruption, abolish the government, and then you get overrun by a competing government. It's like, well, no. You cannot go no government. You do have to have a government. You just have to make sure the government is on your side and not on the side of your enemies.
Gotta be careful of the over-centralization. One moment, you're attracted to adult human women, and it's entirely normal. The next, that's weird, and you're confused. Tick tick boom. I live in New York, and I'm a landlord in North Carolina. I can assure you the Leaf has no idea what he's talking about. Leaf. Mercenaries in one. Here in California, we have that centralized deed system thing, and we have squatters' problems up the wazoo, to mention breaking into homes to steal it. Axim Seraph. Dev is wrong. There is no federal system because of the Constitution. States government property rights titles individually. Fed would require amendment.
Well, that's part of the point. Is that like one of the good things about the American Constitution is that it heavily restricted what the federal government can do. But it's also one of the bad things about it, because there are some things that you want a federal government doing that the American federal government can't do, which is the general point.
President Warrior 1 Arch, I've seen some of your Space Marine 2. Is Space Marine 2 a good game worth its price tag of 700 Norwegian, or is it just a decent game that one should pick up on sale in the future? I'm interested in it, but the price kind of puts it off for me. Well, we're right away from like winter sales, so I would just put it off, and you can probably pick it up for at least 30% off. Oh, an adult woman fetish. My dry bread is in stream again. Hello. We need to get you on sometime. And yes, no, this was a thing that popped up the other day about... What was it? Like, people were looking at a picture of one of those Resident Evil villains, like an adult woman. It's like, I swear, these people have an adult woman fetish. It's like, yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
I've got it right here. Arch. I'll put it in. Yep, you have the exact one that I have, Lumi. So that's Scarlet.
Too.
Yeah, that is Scarlet from Final Fantasy VII. And she is basically like the middle-aged office woman fetish. And she will stomp on your balls all day. That is exactly her character type. 100%. Very adult woman. And this person on 4chan says there's an adult woman fetish. And I'm like, that's just liking women. That's just normal. That's just normal sexuality, is just liking a grown-up woman.
I don't know about that, Dev. Here around, we're far more advanced than that. We've already arrived at the level of foot fudge, so I don't know.
Well, here, Arch, right below it on my timeline is this, so check out this.
I actually quite like that one. I like how, because in the original, it's supposed to be like shaming the fetish or something, like, oh, you're a white nationalist and you like brown women, that's terrible of you. Here, he's just smiling, like, yeah, that's what I'm into. I like that one.
Oh my god, yeah, there's this fucking guy on Twitter named the Canadian Patriot, and he says race mixing is a satanic evil. It's the work of the devil himself. And I just replied to him with, "You totally have an Asian girlfriend."
I like this edit much more than the original. This is a good edit. Sandoom, Dev is pro-squatter, pro-commie, pro-diaper, and gay. All of these things and more. Miscellaneous anyone. If centralized, the government can lie who has what you do and don't have, Dev. I mean, theoretically, yes.
Yeah, welcome to the anarchist critique of all power ever. All right? And also why anarchism is dumb. Yes, I can take a hammer and then hit someone with it. It does not mean the hammer is evil. Power is not inherently evil, guys.
John Smith, it doesn't matter if they brought back the Biden laptop. Sorry, they had poisoned the well so they could run it with the news as a Russian prop. Well, that was the thing too, because they removed that one because it was Russian propaganda. I don't think they ever mentioned the J.D. Vance one being removed for being Iranian propaganda. Maybe they didn't.
Was it the start of the thing? Here, I recall seeing it. Maybe it wasn't in that article. I'll take a quick peek.
Ala Mandorius, hey Dev, it wasn't opposition research, it was information that Iran hacked and then leaked Google it. Well, the other thing said it was opposition research, so... Because they must have, if they hacked it, they must have gotten it from somewhere, I'm presuming. Mercenaries 21, your blindness to what's around you amazes me, Dev. Dev the mole?
Oh man, so I am finding like a bunch of, right-leaning on-the-ground accounts calling it Iranian propaganda. So that'll probably be the spin on the story that goes viral over the next couple of days. Like how, oh my god, like all the leftoids, about Hunter Biden's laptop, that was like Russian disinfo. And it turns out it wasn't, right? This is going to be Iranian propaganda because, it's same playbook, same BS.
But was it actually from Iran? That would be a significant difference if it was.
I don't know.
Because that would be a difference.
Sure.
Still the Commando 78.
Even if hypothetically the Hunter Biden laptop came from Russia, if it was true, it would still be newsworthy though.
True, but it didn't.
Yeah, it came from a fucking, what was it, like a blind laptop repairman?
Blind.
And it went to I think it went like Hunter Biden dropped the laptop off with the blind repairman, and then it sat in his house for like a year, and then he handed it over to Giuliani, I think.
Still the Commando 78. Devs endorsing Holden Blood Feast for press in 2028.
Yes, I fucking am. Do you know who Holden Blood Feast is?
Nope.
Okay, give me a second, Art. I'm going to show you this.
And Zero, UK has the same problem with conservatives. We do hate conservatives.
Okay, pull this up in live links. Just read that off, Arch.
Let's see. Holden Blood Feast, 118 years old. Please God, just let us nuke Iran. Nothing else matters. I'll do anything, please. I just want to see burning flesh one last time before I die. Respectable bipartisan.
Yes, I will vote for Holden Blood Feast as the Republican representative for Iowa.
I wish to go back to brown woman. Mercenary 81, as Racifist said, MAGA is the Tea Party's revenge. Marked Ashamed, V found a cartoon about Trump you need to watch. Oh, that one, where he was going to send SEAL Team 6 after gay people or something. So on the Lich, TDS is a terrible mental illness. It makes moderately smart people, like your pet clown, to abandon any semblance of rational thought. Hashtag bring back asylums. Elementarius, lol, thank you, Dev. You just out yourself as a fan of Eternal Wars, because that's what the neocons push. That is kind of true.
Yes, based, yes. Yep. Establish American hegemony, yes.
Davian Thule, in Texas, where I live, you deal with squatters via your Second Amendment rights. Sheriffs will back the property and landowners. That is a solution. It's an effective one, too. Mercenaries 21. Dev, if Trump man loses, it's civil war with militaries. Probably.
Okay, hold on. If you're actually out here admitting that you're going to start a civil war if you lose a fair election, it sounds like you're the bad guy here.
I don't know about that.
Sounds about right, yeah.
What did Franco do wrong, Dev?
Die, I guess.
I mean, of old age, but sure. Much ashamed. Yesterday, it was the right to self-defense versus the duty to retreat. Tomorrow, it will be the right to self-preservation versus the duty to surrender. That might actually be the case, yes, because it's kind of hard to eventually ends up. Apex Algorithm Guy, what's your opinion on the Terminator anime series on Netflix? I thought it was gay. You know why? Because I understand Japanese. I tried watching it in Japanese, and the subtitles didn't match at all what they were saying. The Japanese version and the American version are two completely different stories, and it pissed me off. Lucian, because Dev is too limp-wristed to fight. Well, he could just sit on you. Have you seen Dev? Stream Troll Mike, honest take, I have problems with Trump, but it's more with the people around him like J.D. Vance than Trump himself. I do think Vance is a weird pick, but no. Mercenaries 21, all taxation is theft. Yes.
Yes, but it's good theft.
Boom, smarter men than me have predicted the economic game of musical chairs will end in the early 2030s. I plan to be in the rural south and have a boat that can cross oceans if necessary by then. That's going to have to be an impressive boat. Mercenaries 21, you don't need to worry about inflation if you don't have to pay for so much government. Get rid of a lot of governmental agencies. That is a good way to fix a country's economy. Viva that guy from Argentina. I forgot his name now. Lum Lum, you're probably related to him. What's his name?
Miele?
I'm not Argentinian. I'm Mexican.
But Lum Lum, you claim to be a white-leaning Latino.
I am a pale Latino, yes.
How much German is there in you? Just asking.
I don't know the exact percentage.
Ah.
I'm not going to get a DNA test done because I'm not going to put my DNA into a fucking database.
Right, chat. The new lore just dropped. Lumi is one of Mengele's creations. Created in a lab, presumably, to try and create the perfect crossbreed of Latino and brown. He was creating the ultimate brown waifu in a lab in Argentina. Alright, well, that's a good update to the lore. I like it. Kern, Dev, expansionary fiscal policy isn't always inflationary. If the policy results in expanded goods and services, that is just expanding the economy.
Yes, which is true. And which is kind of funny because I could take that exact point and word it a little bit differently, and I have done so on this show and on my channel, and I've had people who are right-leaning scream at me that I'm a communist, but it's true. So, for example, let's say Arch, you want to start a new business, okay? You have a business idea, you go to the government gives you like a free $10,000 to start your business up, right? Here's your business grant from the government. Arch starts his business up, and then the business is successful, so now you're making money and there's profit coming in. The fact that the government printed $10,000 to give to you is $10,000 more, worth more inflation on the economy, but because you are now a more productive person than you were before, the additional productivity that you provide as a worker in the economy offsets the amount of inflation that printing that money created in the first place. So because the money supply goes up, but so does the production supply, the ratio between the two remains the same. So there is no inflation from printing that money. Now, I've pointed that out, and oh my god, do people scream at me that I am a fucking evil communist who has no idea how the economy works. But that's the exact same thing as what you just said.
I wasn't
Yes,
listening.
no,
I was
Scott.
commissioning hentai. What?
Don't worry about it.
You can
It's one
call
of
us
those things-
degenerate.
It's one of those things where Dev is right.
There, I have now commissioned my first piece of interracial pornography. History has been made today.
Congratulations. So proud of you.
Howard Drive, Dev, we don't get shit here in Germany. Probably true. Mercenary 61, Andre, do you see why I am so harsh on Dev? They did get a little bit heated there for a little while, biting at each other. Very
I
gay.
don't think that was heated at all. That was like a pretty normal conversation.
Zero, Corpse compete too. Look at ours, Azure and G Cloud. Corpos, I guess.
Corpos?
Mercenary X21 as Razorfish fish. God damn it, it's Lum, but edgier. And remember, Dev, this is somebody who's smarter than you. Benjamin Franklin got rid of all inland taxes and fund of the government entirely on terrorists before he cooked out. That was a weird sentence. Dev, this is somebody who's smarter than you. Benjamin Franklin got rid of all inland taxes and fund of the government entirely on terrorists before he cooked out.
I think he's saying that Franklin funded the feds on tariffs only back in the day.
Ah.
And maybe that's true, but I mean, things are different now, yeah.
Benjamin Franklin funded the government entirely on terrorism. That's really good lore. I like it. It's very good lore. Ex-Mobius never listened to the ArchCast before. What's wrong with you? But I'm a giant fan of both Midnight's Edge and SFO. This is my crossover event of the year. Thanks for bringing them together and the great show. Thank you. You should stick around. We're better.
Oh my god, Arch just stealing from his guests.
Yes. Of course. Why the fuck do you think I do crossovers, Dev? I'm here to take their stuff away from them.
What if they take your stuff, though?
Nah.
That's probably doing.
I don't think so. Like, look at Lum. Like, Lum has stolen a couple people because Lum offers feet, which is something I'm yet unable to offer.
I have a tail.
But
You
still.
offer tail. Okay.
Oh, that's
Oh my
worse.
god. The mermaid tail. God damn it. Fuck. I don't win. I'll never win. Fuck me. I'm gonna shut up.
Mercenary 61 says tariffs. Fuck autocorrect. No. I like the idea of funding a government purely off terrorism. That would be fucking hilarious. That'd be great. You know,
The ISIS model.
yeah, you start like piracy or something, like the Vikings did. Like, we funded our government of basically terrorism. We should just do that. America just shows off the coast of the United Kingdom like an aircraft carrier group and goes like, so, we'd like 5,000 tons of sterling silver, please. Or what? Starts bombing London. Or that. That'd be fucking great. Oh, that would be... no, we need to come up with a science fiction setting now where America goes full isolationist and just, like, demands a global tariff on the world for all of its years of protection. Like, they call it the tithe or something. That'd be fantastic. I like that. Black Knight 17, Sail Arch Christ, our Lord and Savior. Dev is wrong about everything, as always.
No.
Tanushi, Dev, would you support tariffs on bananas?
I don't know. I don't know enough about specific products.
But don't you like bananas? Doesn't it make your diapers smell better?
Arch.
He just grunts at me. Why does he grunt at me? The Real Sartax. Talking about black people, look up the excellent Norwegian folk song Regnet med beina by Erik Buxler. Peak Norwegian culture. I don't know about that. Wien der Erlucht. Let's go on. Pledge your allegiance to Irvin. Why do you scroll? Stop that. Why do you scroll? Stop scrolling. Stop. There we go. Cubie992, I agree with Dev in that we should have an American global empire, but I also want the empire to treat all non-Americans as Xenos in 40k, Canada first. That's always the best part of the Fallout lore.
If that were the case, then Arch would be into all the non-Americans.
I would just move. Blackdown17, hi Lum Lum.
Hi.
And Tick Tick Boom, fish tax. Good. So on the lich, Lube Lums Dough, Boom Fish Pastries. These are just words. Arch is going to overdose on his own product like a bad drug dealer. Sometimes. Macy, Arch, have you noticed what Ubisoft have just done? They move AC Shadows game to USA Black Month. They are weaponizing release date now to scream racist if you don't buy it. Release date now. Yep. No, they definitely moved it to Black History Month for that reason. I have no doubt. RT Gaming 1016. Arch, I got married. My wife wants you to make an Incubi video for my birthday. Well, congratulations, dude. Incubi as in the Dark Eldar bodyguards? I mean, at some point, probably. You'll have to remind me of it, because I'm in the middle of the Sambat Worlds right now, so it's going to take a while, but eventually. Black917, give it up, Lumi. They've been starving for feet since Disco dropped out. I miss my kitty noises.
What?
That's true.
Huh?
You're either going to have to train a cat to meow into the mic, or you're going to have to provide feet. Those are your only options.
Hey, Coco, come here. Do you want to meow into the mic? Come here. Coco. She ran.
Okay, feet it is
I'm
then.
out of here. Fuck this.
Heat says, just relaxing here in my Lumi tube, looking at fin pics while eating some Lumi cookies dipped in mermaid caviar. Oh, God. I mean, baking cookies in her shoes was pretty bad, but mermaid caviar too? Ooh, I don't know about that. That's gotta be a health violation. RT Gaming 1016. Filipina wife is based, Arch. You should get one. Is the Philippines collapsing yet? Let's import one. To be fair, that is a very common thing in Norway. A lot of Norwegians import Filipino wives, apparently.
Really?
Yes, it's quite common. Sean King, Arch, if you're an Inquisitor, how long until you have Dev turned into a servitor? Oh, I would never do that to little Dev. He's far too profitable. If his profit margins begin to dip, however, who knows?
Oh, by the way, have you seen the latest kind of weird thing that's happening on the extreme fringe of right-wing Twitter? Like not even most Trump supporters are saying this, but there's some crazies out there saying it, where there's currently a theory going around that the hurricane currently coming into Florida is meant to affect the election.
How?
Well, they're saying that the hurricane is going to affect very red voting areas, and there's now putting into place mandatory evacuations because it's going to like completely fucking destroy them, and the evacuation will make it so that those people are not back in that location in time to vote on November 6th or whatever it is.
I mean, it's extraordinary exception, so they should be able to still vote.
Yeah, obviously, right? But I keep seeing posts of people, and like, okay, you know that cat turd account that for some reason is fucking huge. He's posting this shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck's going on with your guys' brains?
Dev, it's common knowledge that Jews control the weather. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Okay, all right.
Jewish weather magic is a frequently observed miracle? Miracle? Yeah, miracle. Or method or something.
Miracle.
Yeah, it's definitely something. You know, we see this all the time. Like, they hold their little halals into the air or something, or is that the other ones? And they waved them all around and it starts raining. I don't know. How did you not know this?
I don't know. I have a Jewish friend. I don't look up the Jew
Does he control
lore.
the weather?
I don't know. I'll have to ask him.
Oh, there you go. If he doesn't, he's not Jewish. Carl Forever. Lumi is an F-tier girl. Futa, femboy, and feet. Oh.
No. No.
Futa, femboy feet. So Lumi's ideal person would just be Bridget with like a half-meter long dick and barefoot. Oof.
What? No.
Benny, hey Arch, I found a video about a mermaid who loves feet and looks suspiciously
No.
like Lumi. Want the link?
No.
Don't worry, it's not porn. Send it to Lumi.
No.
Immediately.
I already know it.
She already enjoys it.
No.
Oh my god, I found it. I
Ah.
fucking found. Okay.
Yep, send it, Dev.
So,
No, not that.
no,
Who cares about that? The
not
fucking
anything
mermaid, you
related to
bitch.
feet. No. This is about the
God.
actual topic, not about Lumi's feet.
Okay.
Okay.
Fucking.
So yeah.
That
hold on.
sounds
They are
irrelevant.
using HARP to ensure that Hurricane Helen devastates the largest Republican stronghold area in Florida. Okay, so apparently HARP, HAARP, is the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. It it sends like sound waves up into the ionosphere and it like studies stuff about the climate and the planet, right? It's some sort of science thing going on. But I guess the latest conspiracy theory is that Biden is using this to control the hurricanes, to attack Republicans.
Right, I couldn't find the animation, but I found this instead, so there you go, chat. It's a bit weird, but it was the closest I could get on such short notice.
No. Here, have this instead.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, that Little Mermaid could very easily be photoshopped to just
No.
be Lumi.
It's
No.
good.
Similar, like the hairstyle is similar enough.
Or
Just make
this.
it like
Here.
purple.
Yeah, chat. There you go. Go on, get on it.
No.
Nightmare, Dev, check your Steam gifts.
Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you for whatever you sent me, my friend.
Is there a nice little game there? Ah, there's the animation about the mermaid. Alright, I'll put that up on screen too.
No. Goddamn.
There we go.
Oh my god, I received a gift from Gushing Granny.
Oh.
That's
And
the same person who sent me Kill the Justice League.
oh, lucky you. She sent me We the Refugees Ticket to Europe. Well, thanks very much. Let's see here. We the Refugees Ticket to Europe is a socially engaged text-based RPG about a journalist looking for his big break by uncovering the plights of refugees traveling from Africa to Europe. It is a story inspired by true events. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, I think.
The Rails Not X, don't worry, I'll remind you to play Anbar even if you'd already played it, and you'll probably feel bad about it if you don't anyways. Eventually, yes. Sentinel Rex, the Gov is never on your side, it's always trying to fuck you, it's our job to fuck it in submission, as to never let it rise above us. That too occasionally happens. Right, and we'll do a little bit of the Lumi's animation, just in case there's somebody weirdos out there who doesn't like Lum Lum's fetishes.
I mean, I can't throw gore on the screen, so this is what you get instead.
Mudra Bread Gameplay and Streams says, Hey Arch, thanks for the streams. I'm pretty new, but I've been really enjoying them. Also, I have a fun story about you that I should DM you sometimes. You should. Let me guess, it's about me being a Nazi. It probably is. Dev, you've been telling people I'm a Nazi again, haven't you, you fucking Canadian?
I still got a reply. To Dry Bread. It's been like 2 weeks. I've known him for like 5 years now or something, but
Leave him on red for 2 weeks?
dude, I am okay. Listen, if you're a political YouTuber, right now is the crunchiest time. I'm working on 18 giant fucking projects that all got to come out the next month. Like it's gonna be a bit much.
Are you gonna be doing the vice presidential debate that I sent you?
Probably should, eh? We can go and shake Taftage's tree again. Get the four of us going.
And
It's on Tuesday, right?
Yep, it's on Tuesday.
Mark the Shame says, no feet. This doesn't count.
Hold on.
She's going to look for the feet once. Elsa Serrana for 100 Canadians. Him. I swallow my own tongue.
I don't know. I'll leave this up to your judgment. Is this TOS safe?
Probably. It does have feet.
I mean, nothing's being shown off, right?
No.
Yeah, just the feet. Yes, 100 Canadian. Thank you very much. Very, very generous. Before Lumi starts sending me feet pictures again. Lumi, bad.
Oh my god.
$100 commission to the 2025 Arch Waifu pinup calendar. Each month must feature a different waifu with a chibi art in the background. One month must feature Bolter Bitch buns. Now that has to feature a Kinkimation Pokemusu of your choice. If Lumi wants, she joins too. I mean, high quality pinup waifus. I have some artists that could produce that for you. Hell, I've got some artists that can produce you outright porn for it too, if you so desire. But it would probably be like $100 a piece, plus YouTube taking 30% cut. It would not be cheap. It would be like $2,000 probably. And hell, if you just tease me enough, I might do that automatically just by myself. Sometimes Arch commissions art for no reason other than Arch wants it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Like, I gotta be a little bit cautious with some of my new artists because I don't know where they lie politically yet. Like, hello, draw me in a fucking Sturmtruppen outfit, please. Violating the gays. Like, hold on, what now? You gotta test them out. Like, okay, draw me some Confederate officers, and if they go with that, we'll move on. Marked ashamed. Okay, Lumi opinions on Ariel, original ginger one.
I mean, I like The Little Mermaid when I was a kid. I haven't really rewatched it since I got older. Good character, fucking stupid. Yeah, I like her. She's fish. I don't like how she likes feet so much, but you know, whatever.
Her quest for feet really resonated with you, huh?
No. No.
Murdergod's been around for 4 months, thank you very much. Hail Arch, Sabbath World has been my favourite so far, maybe because of my love of Gaunt's ghosts. Straight silver. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Erwin der Erlacht, Arch, Comic-Can and Futamex. Will there be a Bloodraven lore video in the near future, maybe? And when you have to insult the Germans, just add government. Not in the near future. Sabbath World is going to go on for a while. Like, Wer von Hive alone is like a 4-part video. A rebound. Didn't Varg Vikernes move into the Norwegian wilderness to work on a weather machine? Weirdest rumor I've ever heard. There you go. And no one's been around for 8 months. HARP being a weather control device is one of the older conspiracy theories out there. At least a decade old, if not more. See, I just like my idea that the Jews control the weather. It makes more sense. And the Rumble. 05 to Archley. When is the next Shadows of the Forbidden God stream? I missed the last one. Dev must be happy about the game since he's represented. Also, Fish, play it. I want to see Rage. Shadows of the Forbidden Gods. Okay. Once we've gotten Fish into Anno, we will create like a monthly Teach Fish video game stream, and that will be fun. Just watch her, because it was great watching her play Anno. Like, how do I make roads? A little bit over there, a little bit over there. Lumber mills go in the center of the city, right? Yes. The first hour or so of Lum Lum's Anno stream is great. Particularly the part where she's really struggling with basic RTS controls, like clicking on things. Like, why don't it boat move? Because you haven't selected the boat, Lum Lum.
You can actually, use your cursor to draw like a box around multiple units to make them all move at the same time.
Bandboxing technology.
Yes. It's kind of like how you select multiple files and photos on your desktop.
Oh.
That's a good way of explaining it, Dev.
Well, next Anno stream is on Monday, so...
And now she has art. We have art piece of the savage Lum Lum attempting to chase off the whites with a tortilla on a stick.
You said tortilla correctly! It's a new day!
I've had practice. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. There, buried beneath all of the other feet pictures. Zero Firewood, Archley, Rather One, Ear Sound from the God Stream. Sunday is Forever Winter. Monday is Horror Game. Tuesday is Rogue Trader. So Wednesday would be the first chance, I guess. Bruce Junkie, check out War of Rights on Steam. More to the trailer. It's an autistically accurate Civil War sim for up to 350 players per match. If you want an extra spicy experience, join the Confederacy. Of course. Never play as the North. Nobelfan21, the Austrian painter, won a fair German election. The Germans should have overturned that election. Zerafawata, do you prefer the Sisters of Battle or Silence? Also kick Nurgle from ArchCast. Nurgle free, and that's how we should be. Sisters. I would prefer the Sisters. The Sisters are cooler, and they're older, and they're more classical. Sisters of Silence are a bit more of a recent addition. I like the lore of them, and like the idea of women being... Like, they've got a very unrealistic lore. Like, women shutting up for long periods of times. Oof, don't know about that. But it's a nice fantasy, isn't it? It's a nice fantasy. Right, I think we're at the end. Are we? We're not at the end, are we?
Nope.
Where did I put the windows? Where did I put the windows? Ah, there's where I put the windows. Elsa Sarah for another 50. Fine, 50. In addition to the 100. Start a new stream donation tracker for the 2025 waifu pinup calendar. Can't help me. Okay, well, we can do that then.
So, Arch, you playing OFK?
Huh? No.
Are you playing OFK?
Nope, wasn't fun. Nope, it's a bad game. Bad game. Beardmaster Lumi should play Endless Space 2 and play the Fish Mommy Milker faction, Lumaris. She would enjoy that, I guess.
Wait, actually, wait. Wait. Lumi, how much for you to play OFK?
I don't know. Because I feel like if I ask for too much money, I'll just look like a greedy little shit, and then I'll feel bad. But I also don't want to play that. But also, I could get some money by playing it. It's an endless cycle of, what should I do? If it's like if someone buys me a game, I am obligated to play it at some point. So
I mean, I've already played
OFK,
so like I'm good. I don't gotta answer this question.
If you buy it for me, I will play it.
Dun dun dun.
We also have to teach Lum Command Modern Operations. That'll be great.
What's that?
No, it's a circle game. Don't worry about it. I think you've already been given it. Yes, you do. And finally, SCR Hawk X. In Australia, we used to label products that were made in Australia. They changed it due to export corpos complaining about their products losing sales. Good. See, here's the thing. I know, okay, you know how I know that tariffs will make people buy local? It's because that's what we did in Norway. We slapped an up to 150% tariff on products. Now people buy Norwegian. Voila. Now, and with that, we are through. Thank you all very much for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Lum and Dev Lum. Dev Lum, new name.
Archlum?
Archlum? Oh, that's a bit... Oh, I don't like that.
We're all gonna... You guys are just gonna be an offset of me. Again, the Lumi cast is going to... Is gonna take over. Yes, I discussed this with Arch. I'm going to take over his channel. It's just going to be called the Lumi Cast.
Oh, Lum Cast at least.
Lumi.
And thank you all for your super generous donations, of course, as always. And we will see you all again next week. And, well, tomorrow too, because we'll be playing the Forever Winter thing. And now, I will pass you on to... weird fetish streamers that Dev apparently likes. Enjoy.
Bye, guys.
Hey, wait a second.
There we go.
I hope it ended on me just